Hello and welcome.
And she's a primitive still.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jimmy's.
Can I offer you some tea?
Would you make me some of that Plomeek soup?
Good tea. Nice house.
Let's rock and roll.
6.
Tough little ship.
Little.
Either from the whiskey or your laser beam. Or both. I got a 4-alarmed hangover.
We will add to a biological and technological.
But I'm ready to make history. And you people, you're all astronauts on some kind of Star Trek. Sweet Jesus!
Okay, that's enough. Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime, number 108, where we like to explore what makes, some fun stories, some good stories, see what makes them work. And today, of course, is the day before First Contact Day, which is why I played a few extra First Contact videos, which I seem to be incapable of removing from my studio. Because, every once in a while you have to clear out videos to make room for new videos, for new movies. And I reviewed First Contact last year on First Contact Day. And all that time, these videos are still here. They're stuck. I can't remove them. I've tried.
Well, good.
No. Well, technically I could remove them, but I just can't. And, well, it is the day before First Contact Day, but
That's what they did. They came back to stop First Contact.
But I also, since it's that day, we have to talk about Star Trek. But I also want to sort of celebrate Voyager's 30th anniversary that passed this past January. And one of the ways I want to do that is to discuss one of my favorite Voyager episodes, which I think this episode works so very well. If every episode of Voyager was like this episode, people would be, they would be so happy. And though I've never officially ranked it, it might be my favorite. I'm not sure. I haven't really done a breakdown of all the episodes yet. But the aliens in this episode work so well. I wish they had come back later. And they do some really wonderful things with Chakotay that make the episode even better. So this, of course, we're talking about Distant Origin. Some people just call it the dinosaur episode, if you're unfamiliar. And
That's what I usually call it, yeah.
So long, and thanks for all the fish. Oh, wait, no, wrong movie. Instead of the dolphins leaving Earth like in Hitchhikers, this episode asks the question: what if dinosaurs evolved, broke the capabilities of space travel, and left Earth after the dinosaurs that didn't evolve were made extinct? It's just a really fun episode. It's fun to think about what ifs, and this is the big what if episode. And I don't want to take too much from it now, but it when I watched it before, I looked up any production stuff. It reminded me of when Copernicus, who said that the Earth revolved around the sun, and he was able to publish his works. So but the problem came later on when Galileo took Copernicus's work and tried to improve it, and he got in trouble for it. And apparently that's exactly what this episode is inspired by, about him and his trial and what he had to go through for the price of paying for his scientific discovery. And Gagan was willing to pay for it as well, up to a point, which we will see let's talk about this episode. But before we do, I want to say hello to whomever we've got here in the chat. Oh my goodness. Let's see. So Franco says 9 p.m. You're usually on about 5 p.m.
Hey, Franco.
Well, today was a wacky day. I had to take my son to the dentist. He's good now, so I'm here now. So it's a little off day for me. Hope it's not too much of a problem. And
oldest gamer.
It's so good to see the oldest gamer as well as DJ Knight.
DJ.
We have Matt G here as Swift -1.
Matt G.
Also, Snortapoopus Cuber. There we are. FKHC 2005 says, "Hail to the polar bear."
Indeed.
Grogu. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jill. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Papa, everyone.
More of a live long and prosper kind of day, but I can dig it. Yeah. Way to go, Grogu.
All right. Okay. Do I have that one? I have every other one.
You got a peace and long life out there. You got
Live long and prosper.
There we go. Delicious.
And Sentai Ranger Donnie joined us too.
Donnie.
Happy Super Sentai month. Hope everyone is well this afternoon. Despite the passing of Richard Chamberlain and Val Kilmer. And those are people that we are remembering, unfortunately, due to their passing.
Due to their passing, but I never forgot about Val Kilmer or Richard Chamberlain. My mom had a huge crush on Richard Chamberlain. She found out that it was never in the cards, and then Val, we did a tribute to Val Kilmer last night on Cinema Gulp. Sorely
That's right. Yes, check that out on the replay. I'll post that in my community tab later. Or somebody can post it in the chat now if they want to, but I can't get too distracted.
I'm wearing mittens, so I can't type.
Okay. Well, we only need you to talk. So
thanks.
We're okay. I understand.
Sorry. I was gonna. All you do is talk and talk, but you got no grumba. Little Nausicaan for you.
Yes. Well, just don't stab my heart out.
That is the name of my first country album.
Brogu says, "I understand how Worf feels. No man wants to be called little. How about those cowboys?" We polar bears celebrate the day we made first contact with humans. We call it best snack ever day. Hey, wait, that's one way to have first contact with your dinner. How many tequila shots does Janeway take in this episode? Oh,
none.
I'm not sure.
Not
None
that I saw.
See.
No coffee.
Not
no
that I can see.
Tequila shots.
Yeah, right. We don't even see her drinking anything. I don't notice that she's drunk at any point. Someone said this. Without Super Sentai, there wouldn't be Zoe Ranger. Without that, there wouldn't be the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Oh. Very good.
Zeringer.
Ranger.
I don't know what it means.
James Caserta. Sorry to anyone listening on the replay, and they're like, he doesn't know anything about Power Rangers. This is true. I watched Mighty Morphin Power Rangers when I was 7, and I stopped whenever the movie came out. That was it.
I was never bitten by the Megazord bug.
James Caserta, right? Says, I don't know, the dinosaur robot machines that connect together into a big giant robot to defeat the crazy kaijus.
No, that's called Voltron.
No, it was
Maybe
Power
I'm getting
Rangers.
confused. All right.
Also, James Concerta says Zordak's theory that all aliens evolved from humanity was met with some resistance.
Okay, I'm gonna need. I don't know who Zordak is. Should I start looking these things up?
I don't know who Zordak is either. Oh, apparently it's from Super Metroid from Nintendo.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have an Xbox.
All right. So the Dead Man's also here. That's really
Hello.
great. It's so good to see you, Dead Man.
It's great to see everybody. Sorry if I'm tussling. It's Friday. Got to get down on Friday.
Yes. Anyway, I do love most aspects of Voyager, says Donnie, including the subtitular starship and theme music by Jerry Goldsmith and Kate Mulgrew's portrayal of Captain Catherine Janeway. Well, and interesting you say that because the actual star of this episode, and I wish there were more episodes like this, is Chakotay. He kills it.
Yes.
But let's get started talking about the episode. Distant Origin was first aired on April 30th, 1997. It was written by Brannon Braga and Joe Manowski and directed splendidly by David Livingston. I can't believe the inspiration of this episode was just Joe Manowski saying, "Hey, want to see some dinosaurs with AK-47s?" Because this episode is so much cooler than that initial silliness of that idea, and it gets reworked into something spectacular. And so what happened, why we didn't just get a stupid action episode, was because Rick Berman just stumbled into the office. I guess he works there, and he influenced the story. Joe Manowski said he happened to come into the room when we were talking about this show. The first story notion that Brannon laid out to Rick in Jerry's office was the action-oriented story idea, and Rick just hated it. He said, "All I see is a bunch of lizards with AK-47s. Where's the humanity? This should be Galileo." And as soon as he said Galileo, I thought, that's perfect. I've done a lot of research in Italian history, so I knew exactly what he was talking about. Rick Berman's participation at that basic story level made this episode happen. So that's from the Cine Fantastique Volume 29.
Well, and that's something.
67.
And in my very limited research, apparently Michael Piller had left the production briefly so that he could focus his efforts on Star Trek Insurrection. And he regarded this as one of the best episodes of the series up until that point. And one of the reasons, and because Michael Piller and Rick Berman are sort of those are the dudes that kind of held together Gene's vision for as long as they did. And when we lost Michael Piller, it was a tragedy. But they were always, again, they were under the wing of the great Bird of the Galaxy. And Michael Piller recounted in his book about making Star Trek Insurrection is that one of the ways, like, you can talk about the difficulties that Gene would throw in your way, but one of the difficulties that he would throw in your way that was something that unlocked his creativity in terms of creating Star Trek in any story was, okay, I get the plot. I understand the plot, but what is the story about? And I think that this is an episode that, if you are told, oh, the one with the dinosaurs, it sounds kind of silly, but when you get into it and you watch it, like, I remember the first time I watched this, it was on a rewatch. I didn't see this first broadcast. When I first watched this, I was like, okay, this is going to be absolutely Cadillacs and dinosaurs. This is going to be so stupid. I was expecting something like the Hirogen to show up. And then it was like the dinosaur episode. This is actually pretty thoughtful. Oh, there is Star Trek at the core of this episode. So I think it's fantastic. Now, I know it's a lot of Galileo, but I know people who don't like Voyager. And I'm like, I feel like Gagan when it's like, are you sure you'd want to hold your views? It's like, yes, I like Voyager. Are you sure? We'll kill you, your family, your friends, everyone. All right, fine. Voyager's okay. I love everything about
just
it.
A little.
Just a little. I don't want everybody to die.
No, me neither. I don't think people are going to kill you because you like Voyager, though.
I don't know. Have you been on the internet?
John Burns says, "Yay!
Hey,
Scotty R37 is in the house."
Oh, it's so nice of you to say.
Jill.
Hey, Jill. Did you hear what John said about me? That was so nice.
That was nice. So there's I copy the quotes from Chikatoya. I can't say it, but everybody knows it's the place where you get all the quotes from all the Star Trek episodes. And he has a transcriber's note. To those who have not actually seen the episode, the director, David Livingston, decided to use a wide-angle lens and film the characters from a low level, looking up the actors' nostrils. Although it gives an alien aspect to the Voth, it's not a flattering view for Chakotay. But I don't think it causes a problem. I love that the alien scenes versus the Voyager scenes are filmed differently. The Voyager scenes are filmed just like they always are, and then every time we go to the Voth ships, or the Voth are the main part, that everything is filmed differently, and I think it's fun.
Yes.
DJ Play Nice says,
"Hey, Play Nice.
Wee! Take two. Happy Friday. Thanks for hosting." And I'm also going to play this Wii from... Hold on, I'll bring you up in just a second. I got to play a Wii.
The Golden Man.
You must be mistaken, sir. The gentleman and I have never met. Whee!
Oh, that's a good one.
Hello, panel.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to you. How are you doing today?
I'm a little late, a little sore. Me just getting old and the dogs trying to sleep with you in the bed's not the best thing for your back. Well, it depends on how big the dogs are. If they're big enough to push you around, keep them out of the bed. Oh,
that's true.
God.
That's good advice for everyone.
I'm all kind of torqued and twisted, but I'm doing okay. And then I saw this and I was like, Central Time. What is she trying to pull on me? What time is that? No, I've wanted to get into one of these discussions, and this one actually is the perfect one. Yeah. I have a really big dinosaur history myself. I was huge into dinosaurs, but I want to set the record straight real quick with something Scotty said earlier. I don't want people to think we don't know what we're talking about. The dinosaur robots that go together was Power Rangers. The lions that went together was Voltron.
Oh, right. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's not. And yes, I realize there was many more versions other than the dinosaurs that went together to make the big robot.
What did the Dinobots make?
Dinobots did not combine.
But the Constructicons did.
Constructicons did. Dinobots were just super, like, brutal. They were just super brutal, and from what I understand, they were much larger than, like, the original Dinobots. Or Autobots. But I don't...
clarifying that.
I didn't want people going, it's Scotty's being Scotty. No, Scotty does know. Sometimes. Scotty doesn't always know.
Not always.
Scotty knows sometimes.
But I like this episode because when I was a little kid, I loved dinosaurs so much, and my mom saved a newspaper article. I have it somewhere. It's packed up. But it is the idea of what if humans evolved from dinosaurs. So they created like a sculpture of kind of an idea of what we could look like at this point in our life if we did come from dinosaurs. So when I saw this episode, I heard you all mentioning like where it came from and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I have such a better story, though. I was like, somebody saw that article. And then you were talking about dinosaurs with AKs. I was like, they did do that. That's the Jebediah.
Yeah, no,
The
like, I was thinking.
the Jem'Hadar were genetically created creatures,
Yeah,
but this
yeah.
actually
Lemurs.
I didn't
Not
know about
lemurs.
that article. That is a great.
But
That's
yeah, it's
great.
just
I wish.
something that,
Do you know where? Do you
back
know
in the
who? Do you
newspaper day.
remember who wrote that article?
Honestly, if it was that long ago, I I probably have it somewhere. I don't know if I know the author. If it's that long ago and my mom saved it, it could have been an article in the Sacramento Bee or
That
like
is pretty cool.
the Sacramento Union. Because we never got like the New York Post or anything like that. So that if it was a newspaper that we got, it was probably a local one.
Well, and was this in the 90s?
No, it would have been long before that.
Okay, I was
I
wondering if
had
maybe one of
it.
the.
Well, no, I had it. Like my mom framed it. She cut out the article and the picture and she put it in a
Yeah.
frame, and I always had it on my wall with all my other dinosaur pictures through
Oh,
elementary school. So it would have been the 80s, maybe like the mid 80s when this
because I'm
was
wondering
released.
if maybe one of the producers read that and just forgot about it, and then it just came to their brain.
That's
again
what made
one
me
day.
want, and I'm sure this has
Yeah,
come
there's
up
no.
over time, because we've
There,
always wondered where we come from and what possibility theories could have been. And
yeah,
but I just
definitely.
was kind
Well,
of excited. I was like, oh, if they don't have many people on panel, I'll totally jump on this one because I really like the idea. And then also the idea, like,
yes.
oh, this
Well,
is normal.
first,
This is like religion for me. Like, even if you have proof, they're like, do you understand what you're trying to do?
right, you're
Like
trying
that.
to untangle the fabric of
Yes.
society.
I mean, this is like the Pope's scientist discovers proof of evolution. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're not going to say anything about that.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
not how it happened.
yeah.
We've always been this
Yes,
way.
yes.
So we started this episode actually
I'll
starts
shut up
off.
now.
No. You don't no. Hold on to those thoughts that you
I
have.
will. I will
We're-
to let you guys get it rolling.
But I do go story beat by story beat, and we start off on this planet. And what's really fun about this episode is the continuity that we get from Voyager, which is not something we get a whole lot in this series. One thing people complain about quite a bit is that Voyager doesn't have continuity, but this one takes us back to the planet where Seska, that episode where Seska dies, called Basics, and this is that same planet. And so we've got a couple of explorers in this cave here finding a Starfleet uniform and the bones of its wearer, and this person is Hogan from who was lost in that episode. And so here he is, and they found his parts, tattered remains of his uniform. And this is a great episode because it's so different from any other Voyager episode, where it not only doesn't begin aboard Voyager, it doesn't even begin with the crew on another world. We're both off the ship and away from the crew, and it's so good. We start this episode with completely different aliens called the Voth, as we said, evolved from dinosaurs, who have dug up bones of a species humanoid that they say can change up their history, because this particular Voth believes that does believe that he's come from a different world, and and of course he's come from Earth, but he doesn't know that yet. But all of his people believe that they're the first ones in this region of space, and therefore they must dominate that area. And that's the contention in the episode. Okay, so then they find these human bones.
I wonder what
Yes.
caused that curiosity.
Science.
Well, no, but like, I wonder what that spark was. Like, they're obviously advanced.
Yes.
They're millions of years advanced. Millions, sure, of years of advancement.
Millions, yeah.
Humanity, and so
65 million.
Well, no, but the magistrate or whatever, the bad lady who wants the Pope. She says that I will not sacrifice 20 million years worth of doctrine And so their society really sort of manifested and took hold 20 million years ago.
Well, that's BC and AD to me. When she started really pushing her beliefs, I'm like, oh, it seemed very much church against science for me, particularly.
Yes, and that is definitely part of it, especially the
And
Galileo
whatever time stamp she puts on it, it's like, oh, even if we show proof of civilized beings from 40, way before we could even make sense of it, it wouldn't be accepted, kind of thing. You know, so they have their BC AD timeline, but I don't want to jump too much forward, but she's kind of cutting her race a little short, you know.
She is.
Well, and that's again spoilers for the end of the episode. I think Chakotay makes Chakotay makes his case.
Well, he's a paleontologist. He's a scientist. How did he come to this conclusion? He just I don't know. Maybe just wanting to know where the missing link was. What's how they came to be. I guess maybe he just found a blank when he went back. This is what he's studying. He's studying where they came from, and all he has is this religious doctrine that tells him what's going on. And it doesn't add up for him.
And there is that evolutionary thought, and it's like, why do I stop finding any history? Like, I don't know where our species came from. I cannot
at a certain
find
point
it anywhere.
You go back and it's like, well, why does it just stop here? There had to be something before. We didn't just come up with this all of a sudden.
No. Padawannabe. This reminds me, and Jill's heard this story. I'm sure everyone's heard this story already. But it's kind of like when I went to go see Battlestar Galactica, the reboot. I wanted to start watching that again, and then I was like, last time on Battlestar Galactica, and I'm going through this, and I'm like, this is the first disc. This is it. Why does it just end there as far as I go back? And it's like last time. Anyway, so that's my
Okay, so John Burns says about a decade ago, I asked Garrett Wang as an actor if he was up for one or two roles as brothers living their lives and then later in life. I don't exactly know what that question is.
I think he's asking somebody if I'm going to offer you a role, but I'm going to tape you now, and then I need you back in 5 or 6 years at another point in your life where you look older.
Oh.
And then we're going to tape some more stuff.
What happened? Padawannabe, you just cut out. Do you hear him?
I do.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Oh, you know what it was? I have something in my hand and it hit the mic holder, so it probably sounded like a short.
I also want to say hello to Jedi Master 2022.
Hello,
Great
Master.
to see you.
Hello. I really got a kick of how the bones were arranged on the table. I was like, he's totally going off ideas, but he gave us 3 fingers. He only put 3 of the metatarsals or whatever on the hand. And it's like, oh, the ribs are kind of in order. That's not exactly our shape, but yeah, you're getting the idea.
Yes, that's right. So these are human remains. They found Hogan. So we're on the planet Henan 4. And so I think I don't remember where the chat is. Where's the chat from Eugene Bird? Aren't they traveling to Earth at the fastest warp possible, but going back to revisit a planet? Scratching my head. And so the reason these are different aliens. These are not the Voyager
episodes.
crew. Yeah. So these are
a paleontologist, and they are interstellar. They've mastered transwarp. And so this scientist, being a paleontologist, is looking for evidence of his claims. And so when he was dealing with traders, Gagan here, he found some traders who had identified some alien remains. And so he finds evidence of Voyager from a year ago. So that's what happened. Right.
I mean, that's what happened. And the reason why the Voth are able to catch up to Voyager is what Scotty just said. They've got transwarp, so it's super fast.
I thought it was hilarious. They're like, they're only 60 light years away. They're like, okay, boop, boop.
Yeah.
Like a hop, skip, and a jump away.
I was like, oh, that's like nothing, man. I was like, that's
Yeah,
so funny that a scientific vessel has that capability. Just boop, 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 we're there.
But this is what I really like about this episode as well, is because a lot of Voyager, one of my earliest criticisms of Voyager is that it turns into Gilligan's Island. It's like, how are we going to get off the island every episode? And they're like, next week we're not getting home. Trust us. There's still a couple of episodes left in the season. And so with this one, instead of the Voyager finding out about this wicked fast technology, they're just like, we found them. We would like to exterminate them, please. And it's like, we have no power. Like, this is a force that would make like the Dominion, like, they would be, wow, good for you. This is probably one of the most powerful species I've ever seen.
This is the Avengers versus a normal army. They're like, really?
That's why it's so unfathomable that we never see them again. I guess maybe such an advanced species, they're like, okay, as long as they don't bother us, we're not going to mess with the rats as long as they keep running away.
They don't seem militant. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make, they're just kind of protecting their own. They explore, they're not trying to dominate. But if I remember right, Voyager being in this universe, like, they were vastly under technology, right? I mean, they were like, every race they came against, they were just like, we've never even seen anything like this before. Was there anybody that Voyager was scientifically more advanced when they got to that quadrant? Or were they just that? It's just been so long. I just couldn't remember. I was like, I know that they were always having problems. And even when, well, I'll wait till they come up when they're showing more evidence that they find. But when Jill was saying that they call back, like, this is one of the less accurate callbacky kind of shows, you know, and I was like, hey, I remember something like that when they were looking at the items, but I'll wait to get to that.
Okay, yeah, they do. They do get artifacts later on, and we will get there. But first, I've got a super chat from John Burns, who says, I posted a 2 of 2, read 1 and 2, so I shall do that. He says, about a decade ago, at a convention, I asked Garrett Wang, as an actor, who would you prefer to play in a movie about two brothers who were given a choice about joining a... Part 2 is about joining a... Where's part 2? Damn.
I found it. I got it.
Garrett said he'd prefer to choose the emotional McCoy over the logical Spock because early on in Voyager, the actors who played humans were told not to emote. Hence, emotional
damage. I don't know.
Emotional damage. Okay.
See, and John, I have an interesting theory about that in terms of the evolution of and I know it's sort of a forgiveness of the acting style, but I think that once we get up in the 730, not even the 735, by the time we get to the end of Voyager, the integration of humanity and Vulcan has become sort of, that's why you get to see more emotive Vulcans. And I mean that in the most subtle of ways. Like, I wouldn't call Tuvok emotional.
Enterprise?
No. But Enterprise doesn't count because it's before the homogenization of those two cultures.
No, I wouldn't call Tuvok emotional.
Neither would I, but I wouldn't call the Starfleet crews unemotional, but I certainly see that more cerebral method of communication as being an influence from Vulcan culture.
But that's the thing, is Vulcans do have emotions, they just control them.
Yeah, I know. Everyone knows, Jill.
Yeah, everybody knows that. This is true.
But in terms of social interactions.
To Garrett, that he had to not express himself as much as he probably could have, because it makes sense. You have to be professional to be a Starfleet officer, and you can't go around crying and whining and stuff. Like there, but you should still be able to express some emotion. I don't understand why anybody would
Well-
say don't react.
It's more of a don't overreact. Use your emotions to convey succinct thoughts, not what's going on. I don't know what. Don't get over emotion. Use those emotions. Use the gut feeling. You just can't ever let it drive your decisions.
That's what I would hope was the truth. I hope that they just told him to be subtle about it, and he just takes it as no emotion.
But it's like if you compare, I don't know, Succession or Billions, and then compare that to The Office. And I'm not talking about the money, but we are just observing people who are doing their jobs, and the former are two of them who are actually concerned about their jobs, whereas in The Office, they're doing their jobs, but they're not taking it very seriously. And one of the things that I love about Star Trek is people doing their jobs, and if they're taking it seriously, happy scientists is what I enjoy.
Doing it seriously. And Billions, I mean, to be honest, that's a little cutthroaty. That's a little, let's see who we can take advantage of also. I was going to say Law and Order. Was Law and Order
aggressive
there? I'm not sure. Well, them too. I think a lot of those shows go very emotionally driven. Like even Gibbs in his show gets out of hand every once in a while, and he's the brick. Even it's not always like SVU where Hargitay and that guy are always flipping out over their case.
Oh, oh man, NCIS is so funny because I consider it to be what would have really happened with Maverick.
See, where's the NCIS Star Trek?
Isn't Bacula in one?
They have
New
something.
Orleans? No, that's CSI New Orleans. I forget.
Bacula, New Orleans. Yeah, the New Orleans one. Yeah.
I apologize. It's pronounced New Orleans.
So, Canadian Spider-Man says leaders should not be emotional. Way too many are these days. Logic over emotions. And yeah, that should be the case. But I'm talking about being a measured human where you're going to have emotions anyway, but you keep them measured. And there's a difference between measured logic and still having emotions and being a robot. And so hopefully the latter was not what they were going for. Hello to Daniel's Hot Topics.
Daniel.
I'm about to head out soon to go to the Pizza Hut. I am very hungry.
What year is it?
Look for your online coupons.
Make sure to get the ice cream bar.
So, but I love that the main characters are in this episode are not the Voyager crew. So we get life from the perspective of the Voth directly, rather than just hearing about what they are. And so we find that there's this scientist Gagan with a theory that he's trying to prove, and the theory is that they believe their home planet isn't really their true home planet. He believes their species first evolved in another world, and that these remains of Hogan will lead them to their true origin. The distant origin theory. It's in the title. So I love the interaction where they identify the opposable thumbs and that the craniums are smaller than their own, indicating why they're more advanced at this point. Gagan says they have no delitus loop, and it's apparently a feature that lets them smell better. And
some gland. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, but they also make note that Hogan is warm-blooded, and birds are warm-blooded. We know that dinosaurs came after birds. I mean, birds came after dinosaurs. And so we know that dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded too, but this episode doesn't know that for sure yet. So I think they go for cold-blooded in this episode, which we're going to forgive them because the science wasn't perfect yet on that one. And so that's my one disclaimer on this episode, is that they don't get the science wrong on purpose. Old Man Bird says, who would Samuel L. Jackson play in the original series?
The original? Oh, he'd have to be Scotty. Be like, give us everything she's got. He'd say, listen, mother, I'm giving her everything she's got. He's the only one that can flip out to the extreme, and it would still be acceptable.
That's a good answer. I can't come up with a better one.
I can't give her anymore, man.
It's almost like you actually thought about that before.
Well, it's like so obvious because that's Sam Jackson in his roles. He's like, MFer. We'd have to come up with some jive words for the time period, but
yeah.
I mean the acting is just because there is no Scotty's the one that flips out, and that's Sam Jackson. But Sam Jackson isn't really a tertiary character when he gets cast. So I mean, Scotty is a main guy, but he's not even on the bridge all the time.
Yeah, right. He's either an engineering or a bridge or in some Jeffrey's tube.
He was doing his job, and Jordy, who always wanted to be up on the bridge.
You cast him perfectly. Well done. I don't even have to think about it. And thank you so much, Old Man Bird, for that super chat. And so then I'll play a little Scotty then, since that's the character that Samuel L. Jackson would definitely play.
I could just see that. Did I stutter?
Scotty, in Argelia they use the lights.
Now, no one has to tell an old Aberdeen pub crawler how to applaud, Captain.
Nobody tells me how to give my appreciation up in here. No.
Oh, and imagine him in the Trouble with Tribbles in this scene.
I didn't mean to say that the Enterprise should be hauling garbage.
He'd be like, bitch.
I meant to say that it should be hauled away as garbage.
Say what one more time.
Oh. Wow. That's expert fan casting. That must be something you're into.
But Scotty, if Sam Jackson's Scotty, he starts all the fights. Kirk doesn't have a place anymore.
Well, that's why
I can't change the laws of physics.
Now I'm gonna be thinking about it all day. Jeez.
See, I'm going against the grain on this one. Welcome to Scotland.
Oh, no.
But I'm saying he would be great. Obviously, if we're gonna go with just a black actor in the original series, Dr. Mbenga, or I don't think that Samuel L. Jackson would be a bad Dr. McCoy. I'm not. No, but the thing is that you're imagining the stereotype of Samuel L. Jackson, and I'm thinking about him from the Sphere, where he's much more like amicable, like when he's not being
more
like,
measured.
Say what again? Yeah, like when he's being human and not a stereotype.
Well, even when he's in his interviews, he likes to throw around the profanity.
Now we have all that time in the world.
I just don't see him as Scotty.
Oh.
All right. No, I think it's good. I think it's perfect. But
that's fine. That's fine. It's not my.
Let's table that discussion.
Sure. What's your time appreciation
what a
for
great
today's
question. Great question.
Yeah. Of course.
If it's a question that we have to table and come back to later, then that's a fantastic question.
Let's see.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Think about the performance from as Frozone in The Incredibles. Like, he's such a supportive dude.
The Tribbles episode now, totally. I can totally see it. It's Tribbles is snakes on a plane.
Oh dear. Okay, so before we got into that side discussion, I was forgiving the episode for the science of the time, not knowing that dinosaurs are warm-blooded instead of cold-blooded, but it's not the fault of the episode. It's just the times it was made, and so that's why they call themselves saurian, which is to describe sentient reptilian species
that dinosaur.
That evolved from Earth dinosaurs, and this is the Star Trek definition, of course. But there's a real life term of it that also means like a lizard. So they use a real life term. And it's just
no.
No, now I have to. I have another super chat, so I'm just distracted.
And you said no to that?
John Burns sends a $2 Canadian super chat. He says, "My Mulgrew comment and Old Man Bird's answer." Okay. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Garrett mentioned there were a bunch of scenes with Kate Mulgrew where she was sobbing, but they never got into an episode. Well, it would depend on whether that was a good moment to sob, like in that episode from Deep Space Nine where Cisco wasn't playing Cisco, he was playing
Benny and the Jets.
Odin. Yeah, you know what episode I'm talking
Benny
about, right?
Johnson, Beyond
Benny
the Farthest
Johnson.
Star.
Yeah, that one. So he breaks down utterly, completely in that episode, and that was a good moment.
Starfleet.
Yeah, but it wasn't Starfleet. That's why it worked.
I know.
Is because it was a different time period.
Well, and also it was psychological terror from the Paw Wraiths. So
But
that
if
going forward as well.
But if Captain Janeway is on the bridge, you do not want full out sobbing on the bridge. But she can go to her ready room and cry.
And she would do that too. I think
Just
she's
like Kirk
very
did.
much the I will show my emotion behind. I will control it until no one can see me. The captain needs to be strong. I very much saw Mulgrew as that. They had to adapt a little bit because they're not really on a mission, you know. But,
So if Kate Mulgrew understood her character, she would know where to cry to get away with it.
Well, they were on
Grogu
a
says, oh wait, I'm supposed to read whatever Eugene Bird responds.
Sexiest Uhura you ever
somebody's
seen.
question, somebody
Can you-
else's answer.
Can you highlight it for me? Old man Bird, the sexiest Uhura you ever laid your eyes on at Joe. And there you are.
Well, if we're gender swapping Uhura, I think yes. And I think Samuel L. Jackson is the man for the job.
I just told you I ain't got no answer, man. I will tell you when somebody calls.
I'll tell you when the signal.
But yeah.
Captain, I have hailed these motherfuckers 7 times, and they keep saying what?
Oh, goodness. Okay,
my
hopefully I
God.
did that right, John Burns.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
Mr. Uhura, ask them to say what again? Oh, fuck.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
So-
moving on.
So,
Back
but
to the
moving
stuff.
on, the Voth are still being really cool scientists. So we've got Gagan saying that okay, they know that they're part of some social structure. They can tell from the uniforms. They can tell from this. And he wonders where this specimens come from and what their planet might be like. It's really great stuff.
I did like. I mean, they're doing good forensic stuff. Like, what's this badge mean? It's not just an insignia. Could it be technology? Could it be something else? And I liked when they did. What was it? Oh, I'm gonna forget the point now because I just said that other thing. Oh, when they were like, and this all kind of signifies that they were smart enough for if they have subwarp culture, you know, or subwarp science. And then they're like, well, yeah, they have opposable thumbs, so that's not out of the realm of possibility. Like, I liked their train of thought on a higher level, other than, well, it's obvious they use tools. You know, I like the higher thinking.
Well,
in
they
that
kind of
scene.
said that when they said this looks like it was made by a replicator. I don't know how you can tell that just by looking at it.
Well, I think they studied it, and it's probably the way, because a replicator isn't really working with thread, so the molecules might have bonded differently
They
somehow.
do say something about a polymer in terms of the construction of the uniform, and also, as we get to see later on, if they can identify replicated matter, they probably have it.
Oh, yeah, if
They've
they're I was thinking if they're technologically advanced to go so fast in warp, I was like, they probably literally put this under their most remedial scanner and we're able to pull out all kinds of information that we wouldn't be able to get. It just seems that their technology is just so much greater than ours. I was happy when they showed Enterprise's findings the same. I was like, okay, good. At least they're showing they're as smart as they think they are.
Yes, and so Gagan wants to go directly to the Ministry of Elders to get a fleet of ships to extend this discovery and make sure it's solid.
Yeah, this isn't some simple expedition. We need a whole fleet of ships.
But Veer says we could just have one ship and do it, and he doesn't go that route. He goes for the gold.
And is this the assistant maybe trying to quell him a little bit in the beginning?
Oh, the dude is just after his daughter. That's the entire reason he's here.
That's one of his motivations, but I think he is also a scientist.
Is he trying to honeypot the plan? Goodness.
And so Gagan goes to the ministry. We'll get to that part, but Gagan goes to the Ministry of Elders to plead with the leader Odala to see if she will give him a fleet of ships for his expedition to prove the distant origin theory. But the problem is, such a theory would disturb the power balance of their current homeworld and its claim to the territory that they hold in the region, according to them, according to everything they believe. Then they won't have the claim that they claim to have over this area, or the superiority that they've imposed upon themselves against all other species. Which is also part of it, is that this is kind of a xenophobic species. They're a little bit like Cardassian, I would say. As he puts it, the origin theory is these remains demonstrate beyond a doubt that we arose elsewhere in the galaxy, that we evolved on a faraway planet and traveled to this space millions of years ago. Our true history lost.
And what a good episode to revisit at this point in our lives, too, with all the ideas coming up like, oh, there literally could be ancient civilizations that we don't know are buried under miles of rock or
so much of Earth that we have not discovered.
And it's like, how could it get there? And it's like, well, stuff falls on stuff. That's how it gets there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I love it. It's a different episode, but in Family we reviewed a few weeks ago, they talk about exploring the ocean. So even in the 24th century, they haven't explored all of the ocean yet.
Yeah, I mean,
but in Family, that's not about exploring the ocean. That's about raising the subcontinent to the surface.
Well, it kind of does amaze me that even with all our drone
isn't
and
that
satellite
exploring
stuff,
the ocean? That's exploring something that was buried in the ocean.
Well,
That's
no, it's like
the ocean.
Anyway, I'm not going to get into a semantic argument about it, but it's not. It's not because it's because they're trying to raise the ocean.
Yes, that's the same thing as exploring the ocean. That's something that was in the ocean. They're going to raise it up so that it's no longer in the ocean, and they might find.
I thought it was an exploitation of a natural resource that they didn't have access to before.
Sure. But why can't you also discover something new in the process of raising such a land?
Maybe you
Depends on where the money comes from.
Well, in the 24th century.
Well, and so there are 47 genetic markers that are found in both the specimen and the Voth. It says 47. 47.
Which is one of the most popular numbers in all of, at least 24th century Star Trek. 47 shows up all the time.
Does it?
It does. It does. If you are watching an episode and if you want to check it out, I think it's on Memory Alpha. It's just like the significance of the number 47. It just always shows up.
So I was curious, like
how
many
this is true.
Is it genomes? What are they comparing? Genetic markers? So genomes?
Yes, genomes.
Like how many? Correct, is that the one when we have like 300 of them or something in our DNA or something? I forget. Because we have a certain number of chromosomes, and then they mention this. I'm like, well, how many is 47 out of how many? Like, that's my mind goes to that. I don't know if well, I know I don't know that. I don't know if anybody here knows that.
I'm not a scientist.
You're a scientist of something.
Well, okay, the biology of the matter is something I should have done a little more research on.
I guess I can look that up. It's
yes, please.
genetic.
Please do
markers
that
of
while I
genomes.
continue the episode. Please do. Yes, inform us what's going on. I knew I missed something. But anyway, Odella
Yes, you didn't.
says,
You didn't get a genetic degree. Genetic doctor. What?
no,
What do you
but
call
I
a genetic
went to-
doctor? Is that
I
just
went to
doctor?
biology class in high school. I should remember something. Anyway,
I went to
Odella
biology
claims.
class after high school.
Odala claims that she'll consider Gagan's request, but if you watch the episode, it's clear she has no intention of actually doing that whatsoever. Kronos is here for the dinosaurs.
Oh, I haven't
Dinos.
seen it in a long time. Yay!
Yeah, Kronos. I'm so happy you're here. Dinos.
Did you say hi to Tony?
Space. Sorry, what? Oh, yes. Hello, Tony. And he's going into lurk mode.
I didn't mean to interrupt your epic greeting for Kronos. I didn't know
well,
if you had
it must. Well, if you interrupted, then it must have needed to be interrupted.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hi, Tony.
Maybe I was being annoying. I don't know. His daughter arrives. Okay, so now his daughter shows up to try to stop Gagan from chasing his theory and telling him this is only a fantasy. You're wasting your brain power on this. And
Mama, don't take my Kodachromes away.
I like his answer as to why he can't stop. What's going to happen to you if I do stop? To your children, to all of Voth, you'll continue to live in ignorance. Progress held back by ancient myth. The truth must be known. And she's worried about what might happen to him, and those fears are well founded. But at this point, I'd like to switch to one thing in this episode that is incredible, and it's always uncomfortable for me to bring up my friends that we don't have anymore, but I thought of him watching this episode because he's not the biggest fan of Michael Westmore. And so I wish I could ask pop culture curator what he would think about the makeup work in this episode. This time, Michael Westmore is not just slapping a weird forehead and hair on someone's head. He's doing the full alien experience here. And he says, we only had time to make one basic head, so we did a face cast of one of the females and designed a different version for the rest of them. Then they had 6 gloves, which were basically one size fits all.
Oh, goodness.
And everybody had this padding on them in their suit.
Sorry. Well, I've been watching a lot of Farscape lately, which has tons of prosthetics and robotics and all kinds of created, stuff right along these lines. So I immediately started paying attention to what their costumes look like, and I thought they did good. They had a little, whether they were the same molds or not, they did look like there was a little bit of variation to them, and I didn't think the mask muffled them too bad. I'm kind of a stickler when it comes to that stuff, like, well, do the teeth make them talk like they've got something in their mouth? Or can you hear them because they can't breathe? But I thought these looked pretty good, especially for the time. Granted, Farscape's the bar, because that's Jim Henson. But I thought these looked pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
And one of the things that you can sort of attribute to good makeup work is that there's still a certain level of emotive
Yes.
coming through. There's the emotive acting is coming through the prosthetics, and I do appreciate that. And I think that Michael Westmore in general did a good job about doing that. It was like, okay, while it may look cool, they still have to be able to
It seemed like they had a lot of freedom around their eyes. Because right in this scene, his eyes are very open. And with masks on, sometimes that's very hard to do, depending on how close they go and how much stuff is on your lid. But that was something like they could emote. I saw a lot of communication through their eyes, especially in the assistant and the head scientist. Like them together, I thought that was great. The scenes that they had.
You've probably heard of the idea of eyebrow acting. And so in terms of expressing a lot, just if you move your eyebrows a lot, and these guys guys and girls had no opportunity to do that because they're completely obscured. And so it is the darting of the eyes or the narrowing of the eyelids that really takes that adds to the performance, and it's fantastic. The actors that can work in prosthetics is great.
And even when, we're jumping ahead just a few seconds, but when they get the assistant on the table and he's got that kind of herky-jerky, it's like, oh, that guy's going into like shock, kind of, I liked what, I don't know if that was the actor or somebody telling him to do that, but it looked very convincing to me. Because you're like, oh, he can't talk, he can't anything, but what species they are, I liked their explanation for that also.
Oh, there
why
was
that was happening.
And we'll get there. We'll get there when we.
I don't want to say too much because we're not quite there.
Jill, what's your time appreciation for today?
I don't know, but we're doing okay. So right in the next scene, it turns out their friends in the circle of exobiology have some very bad news. Well, wait a minute. Do you have you keep asking that. Do you have a limit?
No, you just mentioned something about it earlier, and I didn't want to.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to know whether or not we were doing a good pace.
If we're on the good timeline, yeah.
We're okay. We're okay.
I'm asking you, lady.
She's answering you.
No. I'm sitting here looking stunned, being like, I've never said that before. Come on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that everything's okay.
Well, anyway, there's some bad news.
I will not abandon my beliefs.
Okay, so Veer says some very bad news. The ministry, because he talked with the friends in the exobiology circle, and they said the ministry has seized your research, and they're planning to detain you.
And all of his followers have denied him. Like no one's supporting him right now at all. Everybody's abandoned him.
There's his daughter. I'm a little behind on my slides.
I really liked the story. I knew what dinosaur they were doing immediately. I was like, if it's not that, and then they did the research later, and I was like, yes. I was like, oh, the computer just comes up with an exact picture, like no discrepancies. That was the only thing that got me, but that's nothing. So
yeah, that was too perfect. That was a little perfect.
Oh, let's jump ahead 65 million years, computer. What do you think they look like now?
I'm so glad that you said that, Padawan, because that's convenient. Another thing that's extremely convenient is that on Hogan's uniform, they find a microscopic identification code, which tells them the name of the vessel, being the USS Voyager. So, and then they
little laser inscription there.
Yeah,
I was thinking, I was like, wouldn't that have been like a barcode?
It's a bit of a retcon, but it kind of makes sense to put
it's like
the name of
property of Walmart, right?
Yeah. Well, it makes it kind of makes sense to put the name of the starship that a person
that does make sense. Exactly. Like if you're on a vessel or like an aircraft carrier or something like that, I'm sure there is some insignia or some pin on your uniform that says where you are.
Because it would be like a black box, dog tag, so that if they're lost, or they get murdered or killed away from their ship, they can when they do the investigation, they can zero in on who they are.
Well, and also let's not forget that one of the first things launched into deep space, they put a record album on it. They were just like, people are gonna have LPs in space. It'll work.
Yeah, well, we're just gonna figure that the aliens are gonna have a record player.
Exactly. Why wouldn't you attach a record player to the ship?
Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe it was too heavy.
Maybe.
They have laser optics. They'll be fine. Don't worry about it. The aliens can do it. If we can make it, they can decode it. We're not that smart.
But that's the thing.
It's
is
a
that
record.
in 400 years, when the Voth get the Voyager probe with the LP on it, the first thing they're going to do is just throw it away. They're just going to
Well, it
put
depends
it in
on
the
if
sun. It goes against our dogma.
does their species believe in backward compatibility.
No. They're on the Nintendo Switch 77.
Well, we're just hoping they're going to know what to do. The writers of this episode enjoyed making details. That's what makes the episode so good. All the little details, like you mentioned earlier, where they have this culture where you can only marry into certain families if you're a certain family, which is weird genetically to limit yourself like that. But
Well, it explains why nobody on the species is very curious. They're all slow in the.
They had. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done. I was going to disparage the royal.
Oh, I was just going to say it seemed very much like those old arranged marriages where they would do it for title. No, they're not necessarily related. They just, yes, our kin tends to mate with this other house quite frequently. I didn't get that, like, royalty line necessarily.
No.
Like
the thing is that I'm using a Neanderthal brain because the Voth are like superior to humanity in terms of what they like. Even in their genetic research, it's like, oh, we have to. And Gagan is sitting there saying, oh, it's tradition, and it's like, no, bitch. We set this up on purpose. We've been around for millions and millions of years. The reason that we are pairing off is for superior genetic. Like, it could be a form of eugenics.
Actually, Gagan says it is tradition, but tradition should be broken. So he does think out of the box sometimes.
He does.
God, I hate to do this to you, Kronos,
Please.
but it's everybody walk the dinosaur.
Everybody
open the door, get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Boom, boom, aka laka laka boom. Oh, space zombies.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
Kronos asked for it. There it is. Okay, so they're searching, and they don't find anything until they find this traitor from the Necrit Expanse, and he knows about Voyager, and this is where they get those artifacts you were talking about earlier: the Tom badge, the tricorder, and the canister of warp plasma.
Yes, because wasn't there an episode where they traded warp plasma and they didn't want to? They're like, this is like our technology getting out now. And they made some trade, because I was like, oh, that rings, because I have seen all the Star Treks all the way through at least once. So I was trying to remember. Right. Okay.
I can't remember which episode either.
And I was like, that makes sense, them having a tricorder and stuff, because everybody in this era or area, it's kind of like the show I'm watching now, like humans aren't known here. They're like, what are these things? These weird things that people keep finding. They would be like on the black market, I thought that was interesting. I was like, look, I'll beat up tricorder.
Yeah, it's so brilliant that they have that warp plasma, because that's exactly what they needed to find the ship.
They knew how to track them then, and it was that easy for them. Oh, let's scan this. Let's just scan all of space now. We found them 60 light years away.
90 light years.
I mean, their technology's insane. But the size of their ship, it makes sense. Like, do they even go back to their home planet? They were talking about a city ship.
That was.
Yeah, exactly. They do.
So,
they spend a lot of time on that city. It's huge. Why do you have to go?
It was just crazy.
The
Voyager, we all know the Voyager is not the largest of the starships we've seen in the series. But then it gets, inside that other ship, you're like, oh, wow, you're a lifeboat compared to this thing, man. I mean, but it's like a Borg vessel inside, it's equivalent.
Oh, way bigger. So, it's bigger.
But yes, I understand.
I think that
it's Spaceball 1. It's Spaceball 1.
I think that there was a comparison that it was supposed to be the same size as Voyager.
Oh, really? Who said that? The same size as Voyager? No, it doesn't look that big.
Let me see.
Oh, what nerd
I
are
don't know,
you
man.
listening to?
So I'll bring.
Voyager?
Give me your sources. So
Jesus, what the hell, lady?
so there's
Do you need a gavel?
so we all hate the episode Threshold, but something from it was
Yeah.
used in this episode, which was
I don't really hate it.
not so bad. What? Oh, well, okay,
Bye,
maybe we all hate Threshold except for Scotty R37, and
I feel like Geggin.
the Voth ship. Okay, so that effect comes from that episode of the Voth ship speeding through transwarp speed. And Mitch Susskind says there's an effect that was established in Threshold, which is the episode where they're experimenting with transwarp. We're just going back to that transwarp effect. And these people, meaning the Voth, have the technology where they travel in transwarp, so we see them come out of transwarp a few times. But they've actually got it under. They got it under. The only difference between the humans and the Voth is that they actually know how to use transwarp, so that they don't mess things up so terribly as that episode did. Gagan tells Veer not to say anything. Oh. And sounding like a Starfleet officer, Gagan says, "Oh, right. Veer wants to send a message to the ship, and Gagan says, no. Wait a second." He says, "Nothing. Not at the moment. We stand to learn more by observing. Once we've collected the information we need, and if they appear non-violent, we'll make contact." And so this is my favorite part of the episode. Go ahead.
No, I like this because we've seen Starfleet do this observance kind of thing before with other species, whether they plant an outpost there or they do it inadvertently. But I was like, and then you also mentioned that it was neat to not see the Voyager immediately crew, the crew of them immediately. Like, we are literally a television crew following the Saurians on their story. Like, we don't really see as much of Voyager without the Saurians present. Like, we only know as much as the humans are talking about as the Saurians are witnessing.
Right.
So
we see it.
that.
We see it from their perspective. We see
yes.
Everything that happens on Voyager, it kind of doesn't matter until they start interacting with the Voth, because they're kind of just having a everyday run of the mill kind of day.
Mm-hmm. And I was really expecting much more comedy to come from, is it Paris and Luoxana? No, that's Luoxana Troy. That's the one.
Tom Paris.
B'Elanna Torres.
B'Elanna, yeah. That I was expecting just a tad more, and then them be confused. Like, why would they say that to each other? You know what I mean?
No, they seem to understand it perfectly. So they.
I was just expecting like an over the top, like B'Elanna be like, if you say that to me, I'm gonna kill you. And they're like, why would they talk about death with each? You know, I was expecting because B'Elanna is the hothead, so I was expecting a term. And for them to be like, whoa, what did that mean? Maybe they don't have the relationship.
Actually, you're thinking of something that would make the episode better about from human culture. That would confuse them. That would have been better. But they invade the ship, and for everybody in the chat, the reason why they're able to observe the crew without them knowing is because they've got these interphase devices that cloak them. So they got this kind of perfect cloaking device.
And a little hubris showing here, like the aliens obviously thought, they're like, there's no way they'll be able to detect us. Like, there's no way.
Yeah,
I know.
They do. Well, you know why they're so...
Yeah, but they didn't think is it a tachyon? What, I forget what it was that he...
Well, we'll get there. What's his name? Well, and it's Harry Kim.
Harry,
but we'll get there in a minute. So, but they have reason to have all that hubris because they can download all the information from the database without even touching the LCARs.
They got all the data from that pad like we can transfer a phone number through phones. They're like, tap, got it. That blew me away too. I was like, holy crap. They're like, I have all the ship's information.
Yes, that's right. I don't know what they
Like
pressed
instantly.
on their. I don't know what they pressed on their little device that just did that, but
It was
it's just kind of magical.
Bluetooth tethering.
There you go. So Balana and Tom are arguing about what's causing some technical issue. And so this is where they start to observe them. There's a Tom thinks it's the anodide relay, and Balana thinks it's the plasma conduit. Whatever the problem is, it doesn't matter. It
And
turns
she's
out that
always got to put him down, like, without
yeah,
putting him
right,
down.
right,
You know?
right.
Like, why
She's
would
like,
you think that? I can't even
You're
believe you brought that to me.
you're not an engineer.
Yeah. That is just for the classic characters in this to not be in it as much. I thought the dialogue showed everybody exactly who these characters are with the few words that we did.
Yeah,
get.
well, I can't believe that Scotty left during a Balana scene. You know what? Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Hey, some things call when some things call.
That's true. That's true.
Hyper quantum
So
bob.
it turns out that Tom is correct. So he believes this means he can plan their date, and they're supposed to go to a Klingon martial arts program together, which Balana has been trying to put off. We never get to see it.
No, yeah,
we never
we
get to
don't
see their
that.
date. But this is great. This is just an absolute joy seeing the Voth infiltrate Voyager to study them as if they were David Attenborough, right down to analyzing their mating rituals. It's completely hilarious.
As we sink farther into the depths, we will experiment with their genealogy and relationships. We shall observe this race.
Oh, okay. You know what? Do that again, but read these lines.
Oh, where are we?
Hold on. Read these lines, and they're in the
Are
private
we in
chat.
private chat?
Use
Okay,
use
where
that
are we?
voice.
Giggin. Exactly. Note how the female, through the feigned antagonism, encourages the male in his attempt to mate. There's no sign of vasodilation. Shit. Make me remember this. Vasodilation in their skin. Obviously, they never evolved that ability, which would explain their reliance on crude verbal interplay.
Yeah, it's so great.
Gosh.
They also talk about their sense of smell and everything, and
That was they would not appreciate the pits of wherever, you know. I thought that was great. I was like, it's probably all sulfur. We'd probably die.
yeah, and of course, vasodilation is something that occurs naturally in response to low levels or increases in body temperature, and apparently, I guess that's what the dinosaurs do when they're in love. I don't know.
Well,
So
it's all the pheromones, you know, with animals.
Mhm.
So, and it's all stuff in the eyes. Like, if you've ever had animals that have very responsive eyes, it's kind of amazing. It's like, oh, you heard something. Your eyes twitched. It's really crazy how responsive an animal's
yes,
eye
cats
is.
do that. They get kind of there's a scary look that gets on my cat's face when she's in a certain mode.
The different dilations is very crazy, and and to see it dilate, it's like, what are you looking at? What do you see that I can't? It's amazing.
Or here. So here it is. Ensign Kim picks up spatial fluctuations. That's it. Spatial fluctuations is what he uses to find the invaders and their interphase cloaking variants.
Which makes sense because they can detect phasing that the Starfleet didn't, I guess, evolve that technology, because there's been several instances in many different Star Treks. It's like something's invisible.
Yeah,
and we
they do
finally
it
can figure it out.
Yeah, they do it by accident, but they can't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
And so Gagan tries to get back to the ship, but Tuvok put up a force field. They can't completely break the force field, but they can break it enough
They
to
can
get to
get
the
in,
mess
but they
hall.
can't get out.
Yeah, so they're stuck on the ship. They're able to escape to the mess hall.
10 forward.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, but then we get to see Neelix. Otherwise, he's not even in the episode. So.
And then
Which is
Ensign
not a
Kim
bad thing.
Neelix is there, but there's not much of him. Ensign Kim is on a roll in this episode because he figures out the phase variants so that Chakotay could use his phaser to break the Voth's cloak. So he's doing a really good job.
I like this, and they didn't even really pay. They're kind of like, wait, they can detect us.
Intruders.
They're like, let me make some adjustments. I thought that was kind of funny. It's like, this shouldn't be a problem. They were really nonchalant about it, and I think that's kind of how they got caught, because they really didn't think they were gonna be detected.
Mm-hmm.
And then the assistant just loses it.
But at this point, they realize they need to leave, so Gagan figures out the shield frequency, but he's too late. Chakotay has revealed them with this phaser, so they have to make first contact. So what does Veer do to make first contact?
Shoot first, ask questions later.
Exactly. He shoots Chakotay, knocking him out, which prompts Tuvok to stun Veer with his phaser.
So why do you think that is? Why do you think that occurs?
Because he's never seen this aliens
out?
before, and he's freaked out, and he shot first.
And what did he shoot? What did he shoot?
He shot
little
the
thorny thing.
leader
Out of his
a
hand,
little dart,
right?
a little dart, yeah.
Out of his hand, and it's not lethal. It's a natural response. The man got freaked out, and then he went, "Pew!" And it
like
hit
a porcupine.
Like a porcupine. Well, no, porcupines don't shoot their quills, but same principle. And so I don't think it's like, oh, he shot first and asked questions later. I think the dude just got spooked and he didn't know what to do, and he was like, oh no. Even Gagan says later on, he's like, well, you guys were shooting at us.
Exactly.
But it's crazy lasers were.
That's true. It was
it.
defense. It was also, maybe you're saying it's instinct. It was a bit of instinct happening.
A little bit. That's mine.
I totally bought the situation. I thought it all matched, especially with the way they've had the assistant. Is it Vol? Is that how we pronounce it? Veer, that's right. Because the whole time he's been a little reluctant. He's like, maybe we should do this first. And then the scientist goes forward. He's like, maybe.
So it was a bit of instinct, but also he's a little bit afraid.
Yes. They've never seen this alien race before. Humans are not. Do they even have? I forget, because like I said, I haven't seen the whole series in a long time. How many humanoid races are even close to what these humans look like in this quadrant?
Well,
like if they had the Borg in their quadrant, the Borg wouldn't even have humans assimilated, right, in this quadrant.
Yeah, they do have a lot of human. The problem with the Voth though is that they think they're the only species that matter, and so since they're xenophobic, and so they haven't had very many good relations with others.
Well, especially not mammalian races.
They're so vast, they've kind of created their own sustenance. Like, they don't need other species to do what they need to do. They already have technology. And then they probably inhabit multiple planets, so they can, they're not limited. Like, because this, again, watching Farscape, this all makes sense because there's so many other species once they get to where they are. And it's like, oh, these people have been around for like hundreds of thousands of years. They have vast occupancy of these part of the universe, or vast dominance, or, whatever it is.
What made you interpolate that?
No, just the amount of time that this species has been around. Mm-hmm. If they came from Earth, which we're assuming all that research they did is going to be accurate. So millions. This is a species that has been evolving for millions of years, not
Yes.
tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. They were already spacefaring when they left our planet.
Yes. Now,
So
what I
40
would
million years of evolution, you're not just a planet's worth of people, you are a region. You know what I mean? Like we're
Well,
talking
I don't get that.
seems it seems that way because they have this religious thing and they procreate. They're not. I
But I
just
don't-
see that because of the way they're holding, like they've never had a real threat.
I think that they have a region of space, but they sort of view mammalian species in the same way that the founders
I see what you mean.
observe the solids.
There's
And so
certain
there
species
is a
have-
certain there's a
yes.
level of right. So
I understand what you mean now.
Great.
There is a superior, like if we are, like the Vulcans are superior intelligence, strength, that kind of stuff. And then we see a species like this and it's like, oh, well, they're literally dinosaurs. They could
Except the
crush us,
Vulcans will
you know?
will even if they believe they're superior, they respect all life.
Well,
And,
but
the Dominion don't.
Oh, I guess it's not the Vulcans. I guess that would be the Romulans. They're the ones that are like, you're not
Yes.
even worth my time. So yeah, so there was a different sect there. But that again, that's like this. When I see races this confident, it makes me go, oh, they're big.
They
Like, a
are. They
lot of
are. So
people
it's so
know
crazy
about
we don't
them.
see them again.
But
But
I don't think they are. I think that they are
if you're
very.
wondering
I
why,
think they're very xenophobic, and I think that they stay away from all of the
They are.
Dominions.
Or
and
they all
have a
live on
a
their
s-
ship.
No, there are colonies. They say we have to get back to the colony.
Oh, that's okay.
Like there are, there are things.
But that could be too.
Indicate
I
a territory
can see
when they
that.
say stay out of our territory. So there are
If they-
obviously delineations of
Yeah,
both
yes.
space.
Don't come back and make our people question any of this ever again.
Right.
So
and
I understand
you
what you're
think
saying
that they
on-
would
in
go
that
forward
idea.
because if they went forward into the galaxy after they had settled wherever they do settle, they're not going to want to find evidence that they are not the first race. They are protecting not only their species, but their doctrine because it is what keeps their culture together, is what I
their
get.
territory, yeah, their claim on this part of the galaxy is in tenuous balance based on whether or not the doctrine is upheld or whatever.
some reason,
that's what.
yeah.
That's what. Yeah, for some reason, I think it's stupid, but
So we're
but
all
that
in
is what
agreement
happens.
they should have brought this race back. There's more to learn.
They should
here.
have. They should have. There is so much more. But if you're wondering why I'm on this slide, it's because look how close Neelix got to being stunned. It would have been so funny if Neelix got stunned accidentally. Anyway,
I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. I watched this episode and it was all about doctrine. And if you disagree with the doctrine, then you should, go to a confiscate or a penal colony because it's against. And it's like one of the core tenets of Star Trek is acceptance and attempting to gain common ground, exploration, curiosity. And so I do love that when we are talking about Voyager, it's like, shoot Neelix in the face. It's like, no, that's Starfleet. That's Starfleet.
it was it's just a joke. It's just because
I know.
Neelix is annoying
I mean, to
as
celebrate
shit.
First Contact Day in Star Trek. You want to make jokes? That's fine. We can
He
get.
he
we can get some-
celebrates. He
we-
celebrates.
Yeah, no, we can get some dinosaurs with machine guns if you want.
He celebrates First
That's a-
Contact Day. Neelix one day. I forget when he does that.
It's
But
on First
John
Contact
Burns-
Day, from what I understand.
John Burns sends a Canadian $2 super chat, and he says he's met Garrett Wong, and he says as long as Garrett shoots, he's not showing emotion. And there's
And one of the things,
the conversation he had with him.
one of the things that I appreciate about the episode is when Harry is like, in the first episode of Voyager, Harry says, "Yes, ma'am," and Janeway is like, "You know what? I would prefer captain or sir, but not ma'am." Or wait, In a pinch, ma'am. I don't like sir. You can call me captain or ma'am in a pinch. And I did appreciate how there is, like, this is third season. So it's like, yeah, I like the working relationship between Janeway and Kim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Old Man Bird says, have they seen the Borg? Not yet. Pretty close. They're getting close. It's the end of this season.
Sorry.
No,
I don't wanna be-
please. I can hold it. Go.
Okay. No, I was just curious. Has Chakotay run into the bald lady with the small collective at this point? I don't know.
Oh, that episode? Oh, I don't. Yeah, I remember that episode, but I don't remember what it's called.
I think it's called Collective. I'm not 100% though. I could be.
Oh, yeah, no, that.
wildly-
Well, I don't know. Oh no.
I'll look it
What's
up.
happening?
Question
Hold
has
on, I
been
got a
asked.
phone call. Give me a second.
Okay.
Take your
perfect
time.
then. This is perfect to go.
You go.
It's off something you mentioned with the doctrine, because I very much took this as religion versus science, and I think it's also because the way the elders treat the scientists. It's very personal to me because I have relatives who, because their sibling makes a decision or something even just happens to them and they decide to make a better life call than that doctrine, quote unquote, says, oh, well, now we can't associate or speak to you ever again. And I just look at it like, oh, this is just your
I'm back now.
belief with no proof and your rigidness of your rules against even a possibility of anything.
Yeah.
Like, don't even talk about that here. You know, just saying that is treason type stuff, you know, and
But
it gets
this
really
is-
personal to me.
And it's
So-
very personal to me within the Star Trek fandom, is because if I show up somewhere and say that I enjoy such and such a Star Trek that is outside of the 735, a bunch of people are like, oh, he's a new Trek apologist. And I'm like, oh, because of your doctrine?
And see, I just don't
Well,
get into any of it.
But none of those people are here today.
No.
and who
But
who
this
do
is a
that too.
story about what has been firmly established through a larger group of people. And if there is any dissent, then that doctrine must be upheld over the
That's not a lot of fun.
exploration.
Look, see,
Well,
I hate.
I'm just saying, I don't want to get into the
Person-
whole kit and caboodle.
Well, too bad. Personally, I don't accept any Star Trek past 2005, but I don't impose that on anyone else. If you want to love Tendi, I don't care. It's fine. I might make fun of you for it, but that doesn't mean that I'm telling. But that doesn't mean I'm hurting you. I'm not
and
hurting
Jill
you with my
wouldn't make
opinions.
fun
That's
of somebody
contrary.
she didn't know.
That's right.
She wouldn't
Only
openly
friends.
go, "Oh, you like that? Ha ha, you're dumb." She wouldn't just
Exactly.
do that when she met somebody. She knows you can take it. So she's going to dish it to Scotty.
Oh, for sure.
Precisely.
But that, you know, that's know the room. You know, if somebody
but
comes
that-
to me with a new anything, new Trek, new Star Wars, it's like what you like. I've watched enough. I know why I don't like it. And if you're going to hate, then you're just somebody I can't have a conversation with.
Yeah.
That's
'Cause
true.
that's
That's
just-
true. If you're gonna
you-
hate me for not
If you're
liking
gonna
something,
get so emotional over a hobby, you know, it's like you're not rational. I couldn't talk to you about sports probably either, or about religion, or about anything, because you jump to this conclusion. You know, that's not what it is. It's about openness. That's Star Trek. It's
Yeah,
accept.
I agree with that.
Star Trek is the '90s idea of see no color, kind of. You know, like see no species.
it's been part of my channel since the beginning, where
Yes.
you can have different opinions. You can be on my panel and disagree with me on almost everything, and I will continue to give you a platform as long as you're respectful and you want to hang out and have a good time. So usually,
Hey, we're in similar fandoms, so I get it.
definitely.
I haven't even met one of these new fans. I just haven't run into that yet. I don't know.
Then, well,
I don't look for
yeah.
it. It's not like I go out looking for it.
Mhm.
Although a couple
They're
weeks
out there.
ago it was kind of funny. I have a Yoda decoration for the holidays, and I walked outside in a Star Trek t-shirt, or Star Wars t-shirt, just by chance. And so Yoda's sitting there, and the lady, she's somebody going door to door selling. She's like, "Oh, I can tell you're a big fan of Star Trek." And I didn't even say, I was just like, "Oh, that's an eye roll moment." I was like, it happened to me finally. Somebody misgendered me.
That usually happens the other way around because more people are familiar with Star Wars. So anytime they see something Star Trek, they're like, "Oh, you like Star Wars?"
Mm-hmm. It was just
So
it was funny
it
to
is
me.
odd for it to happen the other way around.
I was in a GameStop the other day, and I was wearing a Spock shirt, and someone said, "Nice Yoda," and I said, "It is Spock." I flipped over an entire thing, and then I just
They give
ran
you like
out.
a Yoda quote.
Yeah.
Stay away from the dark side, you will. You're like, what is that from?
Miss
So,
Sparkle
okay,
says,
we have. Oh, that's the
I-
little. Sorry, go ahead.
"Yeah, that's the dart." Miss Sparkle says, "I never really watched this one. The Next Generation is my favorite. I love Next Gen too." And Jurassic Voyager. So I'm just checking out some of the chat here since I was
Yes.
away for a minute. It turns out the thing that I was gonna have to end the stream earlier for, Scotty, is no longer happening. So we're
Delightful.
We're good to
Jurassic
keep going.
Voyager. It's more like Triassic Voyager. No, I'm kidding.
Cretaceous.
Yeah.
Cretaceous. Oh, right. Okay. We haven't even gotten there yet. Snortopoopas Cuber says the female attempts to attract the male polar bear, while the male polar bear yawns and goes back to sleep.
And says,
Oh,
"Bring
yeah.
your own bat
Oh,
lift."
that's right. Scotty, you missed Padawanabe's David Attenborough impression.
Oh, I don't. Well, I was just doing. I need to listen to the man. I was just doing that
It was
voice.
good.
That
It
voice.
was good. I enjoyed it. I'm a big fan of it.
I like the Jacques Cousteau. I like those accents, like the Omaha Wild Kingdom stuff, you know? Those narrations they gave were just such classic, you know? They try to do it now with Planet Earth and things, and it's not the same. I don't want to hear Will Smith talking about animals and...
Yeah, well, it's better
Why
when
the
it
heck?
comes from an actual scientist. It's more
They
fun.
started making trouble in
And
the neighborhood.
True.
The only exception is Morgan Freeman.
I was gonna say Morgan. He did March of the Penguins, right? So I mean, that's kind of cool. And it would be funny if like what if we had like Robin Williams doing some old like real Bugs Life nature way stuff. That would have been pretty interesting.
Oh.
He could do a whole beehive in one take.
Oh, I don't know. Look at the polar bears. They do it in doggy style. What a weird thing.
Actually, he's probably done that before. There's probably somewhere in some movie he
Somewhere,
pretends
yeah.
to be in nature broadcast.
That is. Oh, come on. Look at Tupac doing security jobs. That's rad.
Yes.
I love that.
It's good. It looks good. I just couldn't make it the thumbnail. Old
And I'll
Man Bird
totally
says,
say this for the record, real quick. I did not hate Voyager as much as everybody did. I actually kind of liked it.
I think
well,
it's
that's a
okay.
whole big other conversation. Yeah, I like it too. I like it too. There are problems, and
Everything's got problems.
Everybody dislikes
I don't
it.
go there. I don't go
all
there.
those for all those reasons, though, I do agree with them, and at the same time, I love it.
A door hit a stormtrooper when they were charging out of there, so I'm not nitpicking.
That's an animated series that I want to see. Dora the Stormtrooper.
Oh, mute.
Okay, so Old Man Bird for $4.99 says, watch as Scotty R37 antagonizes them to cause adrenaline excretion. The Voth scientist. Can you reread that for me, Padawanabe?
No, wait, can I?
Yes, please,
Okay,
Scotty.
okay, you do it. We haven't heard yours.
Watches Scotty R37 antagonizes them and causes dopamine excretion.
Oh, man.
I editorialized.
The teleprompter's right there.
Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
Keep it classy.
Yeah, it says. Well, now you're.
It says
causing
adrenaline,
pleasure?
but it is for dopamine.
Oh, cute.
I bet adrenaline would be to get us overexcited. Dopamine is to give us pleasure. So.
Yeah, the antagonizing.
It's pheromone secretion.
Well, fun and well, the pheromones don't come to the microphone or the screen.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Give us a few.
The Voth figured it out.
Scratch and sniff.
2,000
Oh,
years
that's
ago.
great. That's a great shot right there.
There we go.
So Gagan, okay, so Veer's knocked out. Gagan takes off with Chakotay, leaving Veer with the Voyager crew, who all very dramatically point their phasers at him, specifically for the commercial break, because nobody was going to shoot this guy. He's already passed out. Why are you pointing your phasers at him?
Freeze! Oh, damn, he transported.
And thankfully, you know,
and we get this
Gus
one
from the
girl in
kitchen
several
showed
shots with no name.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even really notice her.
She's been
What's
in
her
the
name?
background in a few shots. We'll have to see if it's girl in background number 1. Security
But
officer, woman security officer.
Obviously, just the styles.
I guess that's the biggest thing that I question about Voyager is it being 7 years. They are doing this entire thing. We got to get home. And they keep getting new actors in. And it's like, what? Like, at a certain point, you're like, you guys have been on for 6 years, right? Not in this episode, but like, you've been on for 6 years. How is this my first day? Like, I should have been here. You should have cast all the extras. Unfortunately, that probably would have cost a lot of money.
Yes. Yeah,
It
to
just
have
makes
recurring
sense.
extras.
Yeah.
It would be nice.
Well, and also it's like Lieutenant Carey. It's like when Lieutenant Carey was heavily featured in the first season, and then he dies in season 7, and it's like, where were you for like 5 seasons? So, but
You told me about that, and he does show up according to you.
He did, according to me.
I believe you. I believe
according to Star Trek according to the historical documents.
Anyway, once we come back from commercial break, we see the doctor examining Veer and wanting to learn more about his molecular biology. Huh?
Did you not get a shot of Kes? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Kes episode. This is not well, no, I mean she is in the episode, so it is a Kes episode because there is a delineation between being a 7 of 9 episode or being a Kes episode. There are a couple of seasons with Kes.
I get what you're saying now. Yeah.
Right. And so she shows up and she says,
she's still here.
Can I get you guys anything? And she's like, and the doctor says, something medical. Just go away. That'll be great. And so she does. And we never see her again.
So that's why I did not get a screen cap of her, because what she did was inconsequential. So
yeah,
Janeway tries to.
You also don't like Kes. Is it because she's a child? Is it because she's only 4 years old?
I don't like the toddler relationship with Neelix. No,
with the hedgehog. That makes sense.
I actually do like this friendship with Kes and the doctor, where he's more of a mentor to her, where she's learning a new skill. This is probably the only time that she doesn't annoy me too much.
She's making herself useful.
She's like Nurse Chapel in the first 3 seasons.
Well, without
Voyager.
Without the actual, she's getting training directly from the doctor, but not official. Not official. She's not going to academy or anything.
She's Wesley.
She is Wesley. You're right about that.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's totally Wesley.
So Janeway tries to make first contact with Voth.
I can't say it nicely, but she's a wilf. Wesley, I'd let never. Too much.
So Janeway, it's fine, but I want to get back to the dinosaurs. Unless you have more to
Fair
say
enough. Good
about
answer.
Cass.
No, I have plenty, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Good. Janeway tries to make first contact, but Veer goes into protective hibernation. So that's pretty cool. He brings down all his metabolic systems. So then, back on Gagan's ship, he's trapped Chakotay in a force field, and this is preventing Chakotay from returning to Voyager. And Gagan introduces himself as a molecular paleontologist. And if I were to get one clip this entire episode, the first one I would get would be Chakotay saying, "Do you always harpoon the local wildlife?"
This is the dialogue in Star Trek that kills me, because he'll ask a question and he's like, "Why don't you just do this for me first?" It's like just answer it's like bringing your friend to a place that you frequent and they say that, you're like, "Why would you say that? Just be cool, man." And it's not like Chakotay wasn't antagonizing him necessarily, but he's like, in his head, he's like, "I'm not just gonna answer your questions."
Right. No, but this is great because he says, "Yes, I'll answer your questions, but first, get me out of this force field."
This is so uncivilized.
And then I'll help. But he says it better.
He says, "Treat me like a sentient being, and I will interact with you as one myself. If we can stand on equal footing, I have no intention to hurt. You're the one who invaded us." Like, there is a little bit of banter back and forth that does develop trust, although it, like, let's be fair, Gagan wants to like any human.
I'm glad you're mentioning it the way you guys are mentioning it, because I'm not doing it any justice. This is one of those things where you've got to watch the episode yourself to see just how great Chakotay is delivering these lines, and
he's being the very model of a modern Starfleet officer.
Yes.
I always look at him as the elder, not the chief, but like the guy who's sitting next to the chief that the chief trusts because he's too old to do all the stuff a chief should do. Chakotay is very much that. Like, we will have a civilized conversation. Join me.
Just say gay.
But he always, I mean, he has the Native American background, and to me, he always came off as that wise chieftain type. Like when because he's got a couple dialogue speeches in this episode, and I was like, wow, he's really bringing it right now.
Yeah. I think he's great. I think he's presenting absolutely everything about the Starfleet mentality and trying to help and being humans and all that jazz. I think that if you were to put Riker in this situation, Riker would start punching shit.
I was gonna say he punches first. Yeah, I love Riker. I love Riker.
I'm just saying. Out of all of the first officers, it's either Chakotay or Spock who's going to take the diplomatic approach first, and then they're going to start kicking ass.
Right, Riker. If you have a friend like him, and before you walk into, not everywhere, but some places, you're like, okay, dude, I need you to keep it cool. Somebody might say so. Just be cool, man. Yeah, you can have a couple drinks, but be cool. Don't get us kicked out.
This bitch.
Don't get us kicked out.
Snortopoopas is saying what I was thinking. Snortopoopas Cuber says Riker would try having sex with them sometimes.
Well, you got a purty mouth.
But he might ask, "How you doing?" to the wrong woman.
Oh man.
I didn't see the ring.
Thank you so much for supporting this channel so much today. You're incredible. Yeah. Thank you. Another $5 Canadian super chat from John Burns.
That's almost money.
It is money.
It's almost money.
did no fan care about the species that 8472 was protecting from the Borg?
That's you guys.
Did
I
no
don't
one
know
care
what
about
that
the
is
species?
referencing.
I know that I know you're referencing the species 8472 that lives in
8472,
another
sure.
dimension. Yeah, they live in another weird dimension that's like made of different materials than our universe, and they come to this universe and
Fluidic
wanting to
space.
destroy fluidic space. But
Oh,
I'm
is
trying
that
to
the
understand the
Dormammu?
grammar of this episode. I mean, this sentence. Did no fan care about the species that 8472 was protecting from the Borg? We have no law to fit your crime. Yet a
Which is
Tuvix question. One versus many.
okay. So if I could, John, if you don't mind, I'm going to try and figure this out. But I didn't know that 8472 was trying to protect the Borg or trying to protect a species from the Borg. I have no information on that. We have no law to fit your crime is when, the old man blew up the Hoosnock. And it's like I killed all of the Hoosnock everywhere. The Picard says we have no law that fits your crime. That's not genocide. That's beyond genocide. And then and yet a Tuvix question. Whenever anybody starts talking about Voyager, because it is the easiest thing to just sort of like tick off the list, is Tuvix. Everyone has an opinion on Tuvix. I don't know, man. I think that
I remember that.
I think Janeway was right. And then one versus many. Well, the needs of the one sometimes outweigh the needs of the many.
Okay. Could
that's not logical.
Thank you, Scotty.
Could species 8472 be blue whales?
Humpback.
No.
Humpback. You know
Whales,
what I meant.
sir.
Thank you.
They kind of went in crazy different directions with 8472. When we first met them, they were even more xenophobic and wanting to genocide everyone than even these. They were even more xenophobic than these Voth are. And they wanted to just kill everyone and everything. And then later on, they have this episode that's kind of like 90210, where they were supposed to now have some kind of sympathy for 8472, and I'm confused. So I need to rewatch.
I didn't see that one.
I need to rewatch the arc of these the species to know who they're trying to. Yeah, I don't know who they were trying to protect either. But you're probably right with the Husak. Who was that? Who are those people?
Oh, what is it? Well, it's from Good Tea, Nice House. That's the name of the episode. Good Tea, Nice House. The Survivors? I think it's called The Survivors.
Oh, okay. Next Generation episode then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, there
Great.
you go.
Thank you so much for your support, John Burns.
Yeah, thank you. Dino supremacy says James Caserta.
Yes. I like that.
And then there's a couple more chats I wanted to get to. There was James Caserta also said, okay, let's try this.
Jill Ceratops and Scotty Saurus.
Oh my God.
Jill Ceratops and Scotty Saurus.
That is, if you ever see a Jurassic Park movie with that subtitle, run away.
And Daniel's Hot Topic says this year was the 30th anniversary of Star Trek Voyager, and there was nothing announced, no new shows or specials. And you know what though, Daniel, I count my lucky stars. Except for there's one thing, Daniel, they've been saying they're talking about having a Janeway series, but I don't know. That's something that they want to do.
What would they do? Would she be
I have
Judge
no
Judy?
idea.
Because there's no way she's going back out in space after what she just went through.
Whatever it is going to be bad. Snortapoopas Cuber says, while Jim tries to survive being crushed in the coils of a giant constrictor, we pause for a commercial. Mutual of Omaha. John Bird says, did you guys hear about the joke of combining two Star Trek species and creating an amazing tennis player named
Bjorn Borg. Bjorn Borg. That's a real guy, actually.
Yes. That is funny. All right.
I've heard
There
of
we
it.
go.
Yeah.
Call Q. Call Q. Okay,
I
so let's
don't
get back
see
to the episode.
Okay, dang it! I don't see the dinosaur reference comment.
Not the mama?
No, somebody called you guys I forget what it.
Oh, Jill.
Ceratops. Oh,
Jill
I was gonna
Ceratops
counter
is-
that. If James knows dinosaurs, I'm thinking more Velociraptor and Scottyopteryx.
Oh, I like that. I love velociraptors.
It's okay.
Go with yours.
Please, the episode
I,
here.
no,
I want to
that's
be a
great.
Scotty Dactyl.
Well, there you go. You can change your
Scotty-dactyl.
dinosaur as you wish. Everybody can have a dinosaur.
Thank
There
you,
are
Oprah.
47 genetic markers. Okay, so basically the doctor discovers the same thing that Gagan discovers, the genetic similarity between them and the aliens.
We are
Discovering that they
smart.
must be from Earth. Yeah, basically the humans are essentially the Packlets of this episode,
This
but they
thing,
figure it out.
exactly. Yeah, there you go. The pack.
They make it there eventually. You just have to wait. They learn at a different pace.
Yep. I
They
was
had-
just pleased by that. I was like, okay, at least it matches. I was really
they-
thinking they were gonna be able to. No, excuse me, it's 47. I don't know what computations you all make. So sorry.
They head to the holodeck to continue their research and discovering the last known link between the aliens and warm-blooded life. So was a creature called Janus Aerops
Ariops.
from the Devonian era. So this is great because this is a real creature that existed
Yes,
on Earth.
it is. Yes. Very
And,
reminiscent of the animals from the evolution film.
And of course, nowadays we know that this is incorrect, that they were warm-blooded since they are the ancestors of birds. They are warm-blooded creatures.
Well, yeah, it makes me wonder because some dinosaurs have the right set hip bones and some have the reverse hip bones like the bird. So it makes me wonder, it's like, was that a difference? I never looked into it enough. Were the ones more like birds, were they warm-blooded, and the ones that had the other reptilian style, were they cold-blooded? I just didn't. I haven't done that because there are definitely two distinctive types, and they've also shown like, oh, modern reptiles can't be dinosaurs because the way the legs protrude from the body. Just there's a lot of stuff. I just haven't done too much research, but I like that this was actually something that we didn't get wrong. I'm glad they weren't like, oh, they were from the brontosaurus. I mean, a patasaurus species.
It's true. Well, because that's a real creature, and what evolved from the Ariops was the hadrosaur, and that's also true.
I think we actually used to call this the Parasaurolophilus. There's a few of these ones with this really similar crest on the back, but I liked the detail they mentioned. This is a bipedal, but this is one of those dinosaurs that could walk quadruped and easily walk bipedal also. So I liked that they showed this particular one because it's like, oh, it was already adapting in the dinosaur era. That other dinosaurs couldn't do, this thing could do. And it could be aquatic also and live on land.
Exactly what the doctor says. It's bipedal. It's already on the way to being, being able to evolve from this era.
I really like that detail that they showed there because they kind of show a dew claw on it and things like that. And it's like, oh, that was smart.
And
but this next step they do is funny.
It is. Janeway remembers that they went extinct along with the rest of the dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous period. And the doctor says, I could imagine this creature giving rise to a more complex life form. Certainly the building blocks are there, bipedal, grasping hands. So yes, we all came to that. But Janeway says, computer run a genome projection algorithm. If the hadrosaur had continued to evolve, over the last 65 million years, extrapolate the most probable appearance, and then we see, yes, exactly the aliens.
And I understand, because this would be definitely money, money, money. Because I'm like, wouldn't you go, okay, show me 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million, but then they'd have to show more images. And I'm like, they kind of have to jump. They've already sunk all their money into this. Because it wasn't super expensive, but it wasn't cheap. They were getting good at what they did with the CGI.
You got the idea perfectly, because like I said earlier, they only had the money they only have the time, not just the money, but the time to make one face or two faces, one female face and one male face that they reused for everybody.
Yeah.
And so on the holodeck, that's also what we get.
And it makes sense that it's close. It's just like, oh, it's exactly the same. Like, there's no difference.
Yeah, that's a good computer. That's a good projection.
Yep.
Damn.
Holodeck, smart.
It is. Representing the holographic dinosaurs. Okay, so in this episode, the dinosaurs we just saw, the dinosaurs from
the Hadrosaur and the Archaeops.
These are actually physical models instead of CGI.
Oh, really? Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, that I was happy to learn about that.
It does look a little CGI, because are they on a real set, or is that a CGI background? Always makes me wonder.
The holodeck is a real set.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if all of the walls were practical or not.
I think they are. I'm pretty sure, because look at these lights. The reflection's perfect.
Oh, I've seen lens flare in Star Trek. It doesn't.
That's true. Oh no. Okay, so I didn't put who wrote this quote, but it says there were a couple of moments where we saw dinosaurs recreated on the holodeck. Dan Curry recalled. So Janeway and the Doctor could determine how the Voth had evolved, and so the actors would have a sense of how big they were. I made full-scale mock-ups of how big the dinosaurs would really be, putting them together like slot puppets so that they could stand up, even though they were made out of two-dimensional foam core. And so this comes from Red Alert Amazing Visual Effects from Voyager Season 3 Special Features DVD. The way the actor and the actors would have the actors and the director would have something to relate to on the set.
So they're not staring at a tennis ball.
Yes.
It really is that much different when you have something. Even if they did, like, I've seen people staring at the tennis ball, and then I've seen people make mock-ups of the head of whatever they're doing, and they put it on the end of a stick, so at least you have a reference a little bit, kind of how tall it is and things like that. So I like that they did that, because it looks like they're both staring at the same spot, because they are both staring at the same thing.
Right.
They're not just like, oh, it's kind of over here.
And that's what I hear about these Star Trek episodes, is that they do a lot of their rehearsals are basically where to walk, where to look, where to stand, where to be, and that's
consistency. What they do. Makes sense.
So this model was made out of modeling clay by a sculptor named Jordu Shell. Curry remembered, and then I did the final painting on it. And the large Parasauropolis type creature
Parasauropolis
was one that we rented, and it was actually much smaller than it appears on screen. Dan Curry notes on screen it looks like it's about 12 feet high. Very fun.
That's neat.
I like that.
So these are like literally what you would see, like, basically at a museum, you know.
Right. That would be, I guess maybe they even borrowed it from a museum. It doesn't say where they borrowed it.
Or even like, what was that traveling show, the Dinosaurs Alive or whatever that was? Because they have a lot of stuff that's not moving also.
Yes. Yes, and so then of course we get to this, which is Michael Westmore's work. All good stuff. And the doctor finally comes to the conclusion they're dinosaurs. And why have we never seen him in the Natural History Museum? And so
I like this right here too.
This stuff between Gagan and Chakotay is wonderful. But before we get to it, there's a lot of chats here that I
You create conversation.
I do.
Yes, you do.
You
yes,
do.
You do.
Scotty does. We all do it. Scotty R37 says I'll be back after the holodeck. He didn't want to learn about the modeling clay. So
he just thinks of Ghost and he don't want to go there.
He's scared of the holodeck. So, how do you imprison a being that wipes out an entire civilization with a thought?
Thought suppression shield.
Yeah. You gotta take away their telepathic powers.
You put one of those collars on them like they do with the X-Men that suppresses their ability. We have the technology.
Oh no. Oh, Canadian Spider-Man has an answer to what the new Janeway series will be like by Secret Hideout and Alex Kurtzman. Eric Cartman's voice.
Put Janeway in it and make it gay.
That's it. Yeah, now that Guy's not here, we can get away with that without much argument. Hey, guys, great. Listen to you all. I'm learning. Yeah, I learn too doing this. Sometimes I don't read everything that I put in my notes until we go live.
Well, I was glad to be able to get this. I was able to watch the episode literally right before I came on.
Nice going.
So, and I like the episode a lot. So I paid attention.
Yes, me too. I love this episode. Canadian Spider-Man says yes. For those watching in the future, please hit the like button and it helps grow this channel. Thank you so much for watching this on the replay. I know there are many of you who do, and I do appreciate you too. Some of you tell me later, that you watched, but you're busy, so you can't be in the chat, and that's understandable. I'm glad you're here too.
For those on the replay, sorry I'm here. I'm the new guy.
Are you kidding? You're wonderful.
No, I like this episode. The dinosaur thing really did it. It was like, oh, this is like a perfect thing. Because it really did trigger that. Like I talked about that article in the beginning. When I saw this initially, I was like, oh my gosh, it's that article I know about that probably no one knows about. It was just it was almost like, this is made for me.
Cronus likes Threshold. Oh, then there's two people who like Threshold. I need to write this down.
I bet I would like it. Is it Threshold? Which series? Oh, I can't look it up on my phone. I'd have to look it up inside.
Oh, that was a wee bit of sarcasm, by the way. Okay, never mind. I'll scratch you off the list, Cronus. So far,
well, I said a wee bit. A wee only means like 1 or 2 off. So he still might give it a winning score in the overall.
Oh, so basically, we've got to do it.
If people get to see a real 0, then their criteria changes. Like I've recently, in the last month, I've seen a movie that I would give a 0 to. And it's like, okay, everything changes now.
Right. And so, yeah, everything else, some things are elevated.
Everything gets elevated. Yeah, it's like all those bombs in the 80s and 90s. It's like, oh, that was way better.
Yeah, why did I think this was a bad movie? It's really fun.
Well, with a lot of that stuff, I think we're spoiled in the fact that, like, why didn't this movie do well? It's like, oh, let me look and see what it was up against that month. And it'll be some of the biggest blockbuster movies we know of now. And it's like, oh, this movie didn't have a chance. Like, people were going to see Independence Day.
Yes.
There's a lot of stuff back then that nowadays we only get a good release every so often. Honestly, a new release is every so often. It seems. Chakotay just really kills it. I love his two long dialogues in this.
So I put the dialogue in the private chat. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind being Chakotay.
Oh,
Be Gagan.
Chakotay talks more like this. No accent, just measured. Okay, as the Gagan one down there. Oh, Chakotay.
Yeah, I'm not so good at impressions, so I won't be so good. But
it goes up Earth. Okay, where are you starting? Oh, geez, you typed a lot. Do I start? Okay, I'll start there. If a saurian species had developed a language and technology, you'd think they would have left something behind. But what if it evolved on an isolated continent?
A landmass that was destroyed.
Earth has been devastated by countless natural disasters over the course of its history. Asteroids, volcanoes, earthquakes. All evidence of your race could be at the bottom of the ocean or under kilometers of rock.
Obviously, not all of my people became extinct. Some of them must have developed spacefaring technology and left the planet.
And ended up here, in the Delta Quadrant.
Our true origin on Earth lost over the eons, replaced by doctrine. The myth that we were the first race. Now you understand why I had to find your ship. And so Chakotay wants to leave, but Gagan won't allow him to because, as he says, you don't understand what I'm up against. I'm being charged with heresy against doctrine.
Gosh.
You're my only evidence. If enough people see proof of my theory, even the ministry will be forced to acknowledge the truth. I can't let you go now. Not until it's over.
That, right there made me want to go. Chakotay is like, but I can go get my whole ship full of humans. And we can come with you. But somehow they're far enough apart now that we've immediately hereafter we find out that the Voyager is not right next to them because they run into the aliens, but Chakotay and the scientists don't run into the aliens. So it makes me think, like, as soon as he transports away with Chakotay, like, he peels off from the Voyager. He's like, we're out of here. He just leaves his assistant behind.
Well, right, because we find out later that he's headed to some of his allies to gather support for his theory.
Yeah, I just thought that was hilarious because it's like,
it is kind of
well,
funny.
how's Voyager run into their predicament and then you guys are fine? Like,
yeah, the city ship finds the Voyager ship and the crew and everything. So
I guess that's what you get when you tell the scientist you want to marry his daughter.
Well, let's see how did this, again, because of the resistance that the doctrine has provided towards Gagan, if there is a possibility of finding something that completely goes against their entire culture, they do have the resources. Gagan says this is not something for a science ship. This is something for the entire fleet to discover. And when he gives the information to the entire fleet, they're like, oh yeah, it is. So we can eradicate them. If we have proof that anything that we've said is wrong, then we do have to destroy it, like, immediately.
This chip he's holding kills me. It looks
You don't like it?
No, I love it.
This is Voth technology. Their cloaking technology. They're testing it on an apple.
But if you know, like, electronics, like diodes and things like that, this is nothing. And it makes me laugh. It's like, that was their phase. It's like, that's like, this old thing. This looks like if you opened up an Atari 2600 and took a 4 by 1 inch cross section of a part of the motherboard. This looks hilarious to me. Like
Well,
how far the lines are and all that is so
Have you seen the
funny
Voth's hands? They didn't have Atari. They couldn't.
They've
They
got
would
these
not know how to
giant-
use a
giant
Nintendo 64
micro-
controller.
This is literally like, okay, the second week of electronics class, we're gonna do this.
That's probably where
Yeah.
this came from. Somebody was learning electronics, and they said,
It's
"Oh,
just
we
so
need a prop."
funny. It
for
made
the
me laugh
cloaking
so bad. I was
device.
like, that's their phase technology? I was like, oh, these guys got it in the set. Like, they can do anything.
Yeah, they can stone knives and bear skins.
Our remote controls aren't even this simple. I know, you just turn that on. Anything it touches becomes invisible.
Oh,
No, and like you-
Poopus is checking
I
out.
love it.
Oh, it's Poopus.
Oh no.
Hubert, the lag is bad now. Signing off. Oh no, I'm sorry about that.
Vaya con Dios.
I hope you can watch it later, maybe. But I hope you have a great rest of your Friday, and have a good day. Hope your internet gets better. I was just paraphrasing the episode, getting distracted by weird calls here. Whoa, what's going on? Hold on, let me do this in order. Threesomes are awesome, says James Caserta. Kronos says every episode where Kim was falling in love was annoying. John Burns says you don't, but you do explain. Oh, to Snortopupus, to that person, what genocide is, why you have laws against a thing. You're exploring for cultural exchange is helping understanding. Oh my god. I don't know what he was responding. I don't know what he was responding to. Oh, I guess it was a whole big conversation that I missed out on. I'm just reading the end of it, so I'm not going to get the context. So then, Snortopupus says, hello to Jacob Ironside. Oh yeah, hello Jacob Ironside. I'm glad
What
you're
up,
here.
Jake?
Could have been a speak and spell. Could have been from a speak and spell. The phase cloak technology is.
Yep,
a
yeah,
speak and
something like
spell.
that. That's true.
How did they get a switch to the old man?
It's motion sensitive.
Oh, okay. And so John Burns is giving us some more dinosaur facts.
That's why I left. I left so you guys could talk about dinosaur evolution.
Well,
Hey.
we talked about dinosaur evolution, but we also talked about the production, the clay that they made the models out of, and everything. So
Delightful.
whatever.
No, I didn't. Sorry, I just.
Scotty doesn't care
wanted-
about the magic.
No,
He's just
no.
interested in Hermione.
Yeah. Well, oh wait.
I don't
I
know
got the
whether or
perfect
not to
clip
be
for that.
insulted because that's kind of true.
What an idiot.
Not that old. Not that old. That's too young a Hermione for my flavors.
Well, how old were you when the first movie released? Probably still too old.
2001. I would have been 23.
Still too old. Yeah, still.
Yeah, that's too old for Hermione. But that's also. It took me until I was 46 years old to actually watch them, and that's way too
Oh, that's
old.
right. You saw them when you guys did the thing. Yeah. I
Yeah, that was
remember.
the whole thing. But anyway, that's a whole. You can check that out on a bunch of pre-recorded videos. They're all on Anti-Derivative Jill's channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I am
this is
very
ship.
interested
The
in
ship?
the
These are
full
The
ship transport.
Spaceball 1.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so to explain that, the ship is captured by the Voth City ship, and Ensign Kim cannot even access the auxiliary controls. Paris and Tuvok head to the Jeffries tube because the turbolift isn't working, and so they can't stop themselves from being transported aboard the city ship.
And
That's
this
kinda-
makes sense to me
Yeah.
in Star Trek teleporting technology. Oh, disable his weapons. Put them in a security field. Like they can do all that in their on their transporter pad.
Mm-hmm.
And if all they're not being towed into the ship, they're being transported.
Yeah.
Which is I'm surprised nobody's like, how can they transport the whole ship? Like that's got to be something that ran for. I mean, that's insane to me.
Like, I'm
It's like
glad that this wasn't a two-parter, but I would love, and it goes to sort of support anybody who wants the Voth back, is it would be so interesting to find out more about their technology, their culture, like everything about that. Just like maybe the Borg showed up and they were like, yeah, that's cute. Like, what if the Voth are so sort of
that's what I was
confined,
just thinking myself too. I was
not
like,
confined to their area of space, but happy with their area of space, and they want to ensure. Like there isn't even, it's like you were discussing this with traders, and it's like it was the only way that I could get this information, and it's like you're not supposed to talk to fucking mammals.
yeah, like you were saying, like that's what I thought of too. I was like, what if the Borg came to him and it's like, oh, look at them trying to fluctuate their shield
Yeah,
variances. That's so cute.
that's awesome. We are literally gonna scan you and like beam you. We can
We'll just
shut down
beam you
your
somewhere else.
power.
Yep.
We can
Yeah.
shut down your power whenever we want. And that is exactly what they do. Like the Voyager is completely helpless. And I think that in terms of the storyline of the episode, it's great that that the Voth are just like, yeah, no, we're better. We're just flat
We
out
could just
better.
turn off all your technology whenever we want. Now your
Yeah.
tricorders aren't working, your phasers aren't working, your neither is your turbo lift. You've got to crawl around in your Jeffries tubes.
And we don't, I mean, this was like kind of like when you see the people robbing the bank and they're like, oh, but you guys have a #1 hacker on the planet working for you. Tappity tap, tap, tap. But then the Voth guy's just like, oh, look at this. Bink.
Yeah.
He was trying to break in, but I used like security level 1 protocol.
They tried to shoot me with a ray gun. You know what I did? I used my natural defenses and harpooned that bitch.
That's right. Tuvok is
Just
shot with a
everything.
dart. And like Chakotay was before, he well, since he's Vulcan, he's a little stronger, so he doesn't completely pass out, but he does order Tom to leave through the Jeffries tubes. And Tuvok is apprehended. So it's just yeah, and apprehending Tuvok, that really shows you how hopeless, it seems.
Usually the only time Tuvok crumples into a useless pile is when he's like suffering from psychic stuff or
Exactly.
Ponfar.
That's a good way to put it.
Well, if it's something that attacks a nervous system or
Yeah.
it acts like an anesthesia, it kind of doesn't matter how strong you are. Like if your arm goes numb, your arm goes numb. If it's something that's going to make them all go numb, they can still be strong, but it's like you still can't work your part, because again, advanced technology, so they have this thing that comes out of their body. So this is, I thought of the similarity with like the Komodo dragon, because when they hunt, they just have to bite their prey once, and then they just follow it because their venom has some
Stings?
paralyzing effect on
Oh,
the prey.
nice.
So they can just bite you and follow you till you collapse. So
Right,
that's
so-
immediately this same kind of thing, like some neurotoxin or something like that.
Right. That's what makes a Komodo dragon way more scary than a crocodile.
They don't even, they just have to just nip you. And they just, oh, okay, we'll wait. I'll just wait for you to go to sleep.
Now that you have these slides and I get to see this horrendous design for a phaser rifle.
Hey!
Like didn't the phaser rifle peak in like season 4 of Next Generation?
Where's the
That's right.
phaser sawed-off shotgun? Better spread.
So
Like I thought I hated the 2-prong. I hated the Voyager. Like I'm so glad that when it gets dark, they're not using those stupid 2 flashlights strapped to your wrist thing. I don't like those. I like the palm beacons better, although they're not. You want to have your hands free.
what about
But,
the flashlight that are on your head?
Do they have those in Star Trek though?
I don't know. I know somebody does. It just
Well,
came to
no,
my
I
head.
know campers do.
Yeah.
Didn't they have lights on their? I remember like on a tricorder, they're holding them up, kind of.
Yeah, no. Those were the palm beacons. They would just basically.
Oh, is that was it? Okay.
Yeah. No, there's something about the progression of Federation technology that angers me once we get to Voyager. It just doesn't look as sleek.
You got to think Voyager they didn't get any upgrades. They didn't get to go back.
The shitty versions, yeah.
Like they're like, okay, you're ready to ship out. We put you with the minimal stuff. You know, you don't even have a full. Like, are they a full crew even?
Hang on, just one
second. Or were they
Next
getting
Generation
anything installed on Tuesday?
Oh, Tuesday. Next Generation seems to have some normal flashlights, sort of.
Do they have regular flashlights? No, the original series has regular flashlights. That's because remember when Kirk goes down with Sulu to the Air Force base in 1960 something or other with Captain Christopher, and they're trying to steal the video and everything, and like that's regular flashlights. Then
the reel to reel.
Yeah, the reel to reel. And then in Next Generation, it's it's a palm beacon. Like I can only describe it by showing you. It looks like you do this. You hold it up and you phaser.
I'm okay with that.
Don't they have lightsabers they can light up to light their way?
They don't have lightsabers. Galaxy.
Anyway, next time we'll have a live stream about how each Star Trek series lights their way.
Yeah.
It depends on what class starship they have.
The classics.
So Gagan's they're just like, okay, your vessel's under our control, says Halleck. So Halleck is that boss that is.
Do you know who plays Halleck?
I don't. Okay. I'll find out.
And look at this super artsy shot they got going. The four in the background and the half face, and they're
David
going
Livingston's
for it.
doing a great job.
He is.
This is Star Trek with fake masks.
Marshall R. Teague.
Huh. That's so strange. Like, I don't know. He had the cadence of Casey Biggs, and then I was like, I don't know.
It's not.
I don't know when. No, it's not.
Like he also comes back later as a Jem'Hadar.
That makes sense. Oh, did you know that today is Philip Morris's birthday?
No, I did not know that.
Today is Phil Morris. His birthday. Phil Morris, you'll remember, are they going to send or throw us a reception?
Oh, okay. In a Star Trek movie, are they going to give us a ticker tape parade?
Yeah, kind of thing. Yeah. He plays the third Ramata Kalan in I forget the name of the episode, but he plays
another Jem'Hadar, yeah. Roxanne Scholes. Then he's
Scholes. He's great.
Then he's also since it's his birthday, he's also a Klingon. Thopak in a Deep Space Nine episode, looking for Parmok in all the wrong places. Oh, that's a sexy episode. Then,
it depends on whether or not you find Parmok.
Oh my god! I love this Voyager episode too. I want to talk about this one next. One Small Step. You remember the Voyager episode with the astronaut?
Yes. It's like the reverse wink of an eye.
Yeah, it's he plays John Kelly in that, and that would be a great one to talk about.
Something just triggered this memory, and I'm glad it did because I remember this when I was watching the episode, and there's a couple times when the scientist says it, and then I think Chakotay says it when he says eyes open, and immediately I'm like, oh, eyes open when the walls fell.
I thought of that too.
And
I thought the same thing.
Okay, good. I was like, they're totally going with that. Am I not I know Star Trek enough to get a lot of the references, but when the names of episodes is when it throws me. But even like with the Star Wars shows with episodes, I don't know. I know what happens. I don't know the name of it. Never been good with the names.
I don't watch Star Wars. I'm a heterosexual.
Well, I've seen all of the Star Trek series. I've seen all the Star Trek series. Well, no, I haven't watched all of the original or the animated. because it was
Oh my
I drowned
gosh,
because
it's
only
hard.
because I drowned myself in it, and I watched like half of them, and then I was like, okay, let me go to something I know already, and then I went through Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and then recently I've watched the beginning of the new series, but then I lost Paramount, so I didn't watch it. But then everybody said they were really bad, so I didn't continue. But I might put them on. I'm curious to see what my wife thinks, because she knows Star Trek. Like, I put this on, and she's like, oh, Star Trek? I'm like, wow, she knows it well enough to immediately recognize it, even if it is Voyager. I don't know how well she knows Voyager.
Well, that's great when you can share that with her.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try and do this, and because I'm curious to see what she thinks. I've explained a little bit to her, and she's like, "But what about?" And I'm like, "That doesn't matter." She's like, "But what about this?" That doesn't matter, apparently. So we'll see. We'll see. It'll be fun.
Well, I think it's interesting when you have people who know Star Trek, and then they look at the screen, and this is the only requirement: is they can look at the screen and be like, oh yeah, okay, because of the uniforms. It's like original series. I recognize those movies. I recognize those. Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. Yeah,
yeah.
Sure,
My wife would not have been able to say that this was Voyager distinctively,
but she could still say it was Star Trek, which is rad.
Yeah, that's what exactly. Because she says very often, she's like, I don't remember movies like, and she doesn't. She's not real good with that stuff. But it's like the stuff she does remember. Really, she knows much more than, like, she knows Kirk. She knows names of Star Trek people. So
John Luck Pickard.
Well, that's great. You can talk to her about episodes and stuff.
Yeah, she'll sit there and she'd watch this one with me when she could. She's working.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So Gagan says that the Ministry of Elders have captured Voyager, and that if he doesn't return to the city ship and face his accusers, they'll destroy the evidence and kill everyone on board. So that is the threat. So Gagan had wanted to go back and get more support before going back to the city ship, but now that they've threatened to kill everyone in Voyager, he does give that up and goes directly to the ship, but only after we have this great dialogue from Chakotay here. And before,
can I do it?
Do you want to be Chakotay or Gagan?
Yeah, I want to be Chakotay. I want to do my best to sound empathetic and
yes.
I want to be a good guy for once.
Last time the Padawan bee was Chakotay, so now he gets.
And I
to
don't
be
do him good. Oh, I'm gonna be the other guy.
No,
Dang
yeah,
it.
you're gonna be the scientist this time.
You're gonna be Gagan?
Yes.
Okay, where did we start this time?
This one is not that long.
3:30. So the 3:11 was the earlier one. Okay. So this is way short. Okay. I won't be responsible for those deaths, but if I go back now without my support, they'll discredit my theory, suppress the truth.
That might be difficult with the evidence standing right beside you. They've taken my ship. It sounds to me like we're all on trial here.
I've just laid in a course for the city ship.
And
this, I think this goes right to what we mentioned. We spoke on it a bit earlier, Jill, with the not being able to show a natural course of dialogue. Because right here, Chakotay, how'd they capture the ship? Was anybody hurt? And they're like, oh no, they just transported aboard. Because he would be concerned, how did they capture my ship?
It was almost nothing to them.
I know.
Yeah, it's time to say hello to Cam's Crash Courses.
Cam? What's up, yo?
Hey, Cam.
So many people copied in. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
It's
great
delightful.
to see everyone.
You gotta get down.
So, that boss named Halleck, he begins to interrogate Janeway about the whereabouts of Gagan, But Janeway says that she'll cooperate better if he releases her ship. So he says she has
Oh,
no
it's so
rights
good.
because she's not from this part of space. So basically, in the Voth culture, if you're not a Voth, you don't have any rights. Crazy.
I love this too. She is captured, and she never shows 1 ounce of IGAF. Like she's just like, oh yeah, whatever. And then, she's like, you can capture my ship. What? You're not saying anything new to me. We've been
He
here
also-
before.
That's true. And then he also asks where she comes from, and this gives her the opportunity to say, apparently, we're from the same place you are, Earth.
Mic drop.
Well, but but again, it's like one of those things where it's a social commentary, social allegory in terms of we are all the same. We all came from the same place. And that's funny.
No, it just makes me laugh because Janeway kind of puts some stank behind her. Like, oh, y'all, we might be kissing cousins. I mean,
Well,
she's just got so much
Iceland.
attitude. She's got so much attitude behind
I don't
her.
think she has.
Well, she's so confident. That's what I mean. Like, she's not mouthy or anything like
First
she's
rule of a commanding officer,
captured
don't
right there.
panic.
No, exactly. And she's like, it's just so funny because nothing this guy says to her phases her at all. She's like,
He's
Yeah.
trying, like all hell, to be intimidating.
I know.
It doesn't work on her. That's
It's
true.
she's just standing there. She doesn't blink. She doesn't. And then when Paris calls, and she's like, God, good try. Thanks a lot.
Right, exactly. So there's just one Voth here in engineering, and so Paris is able to make set up systems override
Trying
for
to
the weapon
bypass
system
or loophole everything.
And-
Yeah.
Yeah, and he almost does it. He almost gets away with it. He gets control of the torpedoes, but he loses them almost instantly as soon as he calls Janeway to announce his success. The Voth take out his attempts. So
Well, they probably
like,
still
good
have
try.
like the security field on the ship, so as soon as it detects something, it's like, oh, we can't let you do that.
And right
He
before
says-
they're about to interrogate. Oh, go ahead.
No, he says he's like they found my launch sequence, and so they disabled it. So they flat out. Again, this is higher technology than the Voyager has encountered. ever.
Right in his face, Lieutenant Paris, fire. And he's like, oh, you humans and your silly toys. And to me, it's like, she's just like, you can't blame me for trying.
I like that the
You know,
1990s
I mean-
static shows up.
Me too.
Non-digital static.
So,
Yeah, it would be just a blue screen if it were today.
Children these days would be like, why does
True.
it look like that?
I've shown my
Is that
kids that
CGI?
before, so they
Is
know
that
what
CGI?
static is.
Yeah, no, I fall asleep to an ASMR channel on YouTube that just does 24/7.
Oh my gosh.
Just via UHF static.
That explains a lot.
Well, I'm cyberpunk-ish.
So right before they're about to interrogate Janeway, Gagan arrives at the city ship basically just in time. But Odala is now accusing Gagan of heresy against the doctrine. It's their trial. The trial. So Voth
Should
is
I have a smoke
basically
before the trial?
Voth is basically unless
have a
you
smoke.
want
Suck,
to.
suck
Yeah, I'm gonna
hard.
have a
So
smoke
what am I
before the
gonna do for
Fine,
15
I
minutes?
won't have a smoke before the trial. Stop. All
How
right.
hard can you suck?
I
Let that
don't
thing
have
burn.
I don't have a lot of chat. I don't have any chat to read. So what? The
All
heck
right,
am
all
I
right, all
gonna
right,
do?
all right. I'll stick around for the trial. It was fine.
I mean, you can leave. I'm just gonna do the trial.
No, I'm gonna
without
say.
you.
I'm gonna say. No,
You can
It's
leave.
cool.
I'm not saying
Hello.
you have to stay. You can go.
No, you're not my
anytime you
real. You're not my supervisor.
want. Okay, do what you want. Okay.
I usually do.
So basically this Voth is basically the what's his name? Gagan is basically Galileo, and Chakotay is on trial with him, and the Voyager crew as a result. And she gives him a chance to renounce his distant origin theory. He refuses. So this dinosaur kangaroo court continues. And
Dinosaur kangaroos? That's terrifying. That means that means the dinosaurs could jump. They were very, very fast.
I know, but I got confused whenever I said
and tasty. By the way, if you ever have the opportunity to eat a kangaroo, I recommend it. Kangaroo loin is some of the tastiest meat I have ever enjoyed in my entire life. When people tell you not to kill kangaroos, I would say that they've never eaten one.
I was someone who's not an Australian. It seems so wrong to me because they're so cute.
They are everywhere.
I hear
so I understand.
Intrusive, yeah.
Yeah,
I understand
no, you can eat
analogy.
Like
they're like the deer in our country. So they're cute
in Arkansas?
too. But in the United States, we have deer.
Why am I making this longer?
Also.
I so desperately want to go for a smoke. Can we
get the deer don't try to fight you or take your dog.
That's true. Well, they do have
kangaroos steal puppies.
Oh, you haven't seen the video of the guy?
No,
there's a dog. There's a kangaroo like holding this guy's dog like hostage. He's got like both hands, and the dog's just sitting there, and the guy squares up with the kangaroo and like knocks and stuns it.
Nice.
It's one of the funniest videos. But everybody, I've heard that from almost every Australian I've seen in interviews. All the stars and comedians, they all say that kangaroo are just really
delicious.
Well, they don't say that. But and there's a video of the guy parachuting and the kangaroo attacks him when he lands. They're mean.
So that's what we do for
That's intense.
Modern warfare. We get parachuting kangaroos.
And if a deer stood up on its hind hooves and squared up against you, I might. If they got antlers, I'm a little more intimidated. But a kangaroo.
Have you ever seen the pecs of a kangaroo? Why are we talking?
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry for. All right.
I'll send Scotty that link later.
All right.
Okay.
Great episode of Star Trek.
It's a great episode. Anyway, Odala says that Gagan uses his theory to undermine the guiding principles of our society. But Gagan contends that he isn't trying to take down doctrine. This is just like Galileo saying, I'm not trying to go against scripture. He's just conducting a scientific investigation. Odala says he's destructive to society, but Gagan says he brought the proof with him. And this, of course, gives Chakotay the chance to cut in to back up Gagan. Again, he has the best dialogue in the episode. And then
Chakotay says, I like lower decks.
Well, I like the Star Trek The Next Generation episode Lower Decks. I don't recognize the current. But
exactly,
you may
because
read this.
There's a doctrine that you have to protect.
Oh, I don't. Oh, I see where you're going with that. It's not that I that's just my personal belief that nothing past 2005 is Star Trek, but I don't impose my beliefs on anyone else. And
I'm just saying it's an interesting parallel. I'm not saying you're doing it.
Okay, could you read Chakotay, please? There's a difference between having beliefs and forcing other people to believe them.
If I may speak, Voyager's database contains a complete fossil record of my planet. Your genetic markers appear not only in humans, but in hundreds of species throughout our history. That's a lot of random convergence. If you take a look at the data, there's an argument that happens right after that says, we have, and it isn't a matter of the data, it's a matter of and I'm not doing a very good impression of the lady dinosaur.
Yes. Oh, but she does say, yeah, she does. Yeah, there's a.
It is your conclusion.
Interpretation.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Right. Odella says she calls it a misinterpretation of the data. And in the Star Trek Voyager Companion on page 284, it says that the throne chair that Odella sits on is later reused in Bride of Chaotica, and that was originally created for the Coneheads movie. So that show's been around.
Hey, I'm glad that the crew of the USS Voyager at least met something of the Conehead civilization at some
Me
point.
too. And shockingness. The scientist who disagrees with Gagan is his own friend and colleague, and it turns out it's the evidence against Gagan is Beer himself.
The coward
And-
pussy.
Yeah,
Quite
Beer.
convincingly coerced testimonial here.
Well,
Yes.
no, but what Gagan says, I think, is pretty accurate. And it's
No,
so what did you do? Did you threaten his
Oh, yeah,
livelihood?
yeah.
Did you say that
yeah.
you're going to send him to a colony?
Okay, wait. We're gonna read
All right,
all
I'm
of that.
waiting.
So,
I'm waiting.
So you gotta. Veer calls the research into the distant origin theory flawed. Is he just scared? Did they threaten his family? Yes. Oh, okay. And so Gagan thinks Odella threatened to take away Beer's honors if he didn't relent against the theory, or maybe he threatened him with imprisonment. And then and this is we're just gonna read the rest of the episode if you don't mind.
I was a little surprised that the court even let Chakotay speak, to be honest. I thought that slid a little easy. I thought she was going to say, you don't really have, like, we don't recognize you here. And he's like, but I am involved. He could say something, I really thought they were not going to let him say anything. I was surprised.
That's true.
By that.
That's true. But Chakotay's so charming and everything that you just can't.
No, that's what I was saying. I was like, he does have a pertinent point, but again, they're running short. Dialogue could be cut out that we don't know. They can't show everything that we want to. This is television, so we have to. I accept that.
I don't think that the Voth. Hang on, 2 seconds, if I may retort. Is like it. I don't think that the Voth are dismissive of sentience. I think that they are a highly evolved species that do recognize the value of intellect and argument, but they're manipulative, certainly. But I don't think that they would be sort of subjective or dismissive of a sentient being. They're racist against mammals. We know that. But they do value intellect.
Yes.
Speciesist.
Yes, and
Sure.
I guess just
I wouldn't fuck a crocodile.
does
Stupid cloacas.
Chakotay just has a commanding. He just has a commanding voice, and it's just
No, he's got a soothing voice. It's velvety and delicious.
Well, that too. I'm putting
glad
in
you
the chat.
agreed. I'm glad you didn't just say like Scott's got a thing for Chakotay.
You do sound like that. I've never.
I do
described
have a
that
thing for
that way.
Chakotay. Now that you mention it. Now that I mention it, yes.
But I'm putting in a lot of dialogue in here, and then I'm gonna read. John Burns says, "Gary Busey, let's get Harry. I'll have you on a stick." And I'm just putting in the dialogue.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what a whole lot of things John Burns means or says, but I'm so glad he's here and he's sending in so much support for the channel today.
Absolutely.
It's obviously
Gary
a reference.
Busey, though. The Gary
It's obviously a
Busey
reference
thing.
I don't get.
Let's get Harry.
I haven't seen all of Gary Busey's movies.
No, I have a full box set of Blu-rays of every single Gary Busey movie, going back as far as Buddy Holly, and I just, you know what? I didn't take notes. Is what
But
I'm
have
saying.
you watched them all?
Oh, sure. I had a
Okay.
Busey week.
Well, you know what I mean. You got dialogue here.
It was
Is
ridiculous.
she still?
I have
Is she
never...
still putting stuff in?
Who? Gary Busey?
No, Jill.
Yeah, no, she's got a mission. I think she's going to be Odala. I'll be Gagan. Would you want to be Gagan, or should I be Chakotay? Do you want to be Gagan or Chakotay?
She's not
Padawan
gonna
B?
answer you. Oh,
Padawan
me?
B?
No, you're
Question
supposed to
towards
answer.
you.
Oh, am I?
Would you like to be Gagan?
I
or
don't
would
know.
you like to be
Jill, what am I
Chakotay?
more suited for?
Yeah.
She's heard what I've done already, so
I
I
your
can do
Chakotay.
neither of. Oh, ouch!
What? That was a compliment.
I thought you did Chakotay though.
No, but you did a Chakotay as well, and she likes your
So we got
Chakotay. I got demoted.
Odala, Gigan, and Chakotay. So I'll be Chakotay. Okay, I guess I'll be Chakotay. I'm trying to get. I'm trying to go through the lines here. Where's
All right.
my people are behind? My people
hold
are
on.
behind. Okay, nope, I see it.
Oh my god, there's a lot of dialogue. Hold on, just give me
I'm
a
Are
making
you
moment.
sure
kidding
where
me?
I
This
am.
is a radio play,
That's
my
what I
lady.
was saying.
So
I gotta
go to
make
the
sure I
go to the private chat, scroll all the way to the bottom, sir, and then go up
I'm
until
getting my
you find.
timestamps correct.
Go
So
to the
348
go to
Odala
648.
is number
648. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm Chakotay. Okay, so I'm on page 2.
All right. And Jill's going to start with enthusiasm and passion are never wrong. That's where she's going to start. Right?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you appreciate the radio stylings of us trying to attempt a radio play of that Voyager episode with the dinosaurs. We're having a good time. We find it deep. The conversation is pleasant. And Eugene Bird will send $10 more in if I antagonize someone. I can't make any promises.
So Star Trek and dinosaurs. The cat, because
You
I
did,
heard the
though. You
Cadillacs
do
and
it all the
dinosaurs
time.
reference. This is not quite Cadillacs and dinosaurs though. God, there is some dinosaurs that were in space or did have guns. There was some cartoon. I'm trying to remember, but
I thought it was Tyrannosaurs and Cadillacs or Dinosaurs and Cadillacs. There was
well, there was
series.
a comic book, but there was. I'm remembering some action figures now in my head.
Oh no!
So it was probably a short-lived cartoon, but I'm remembering like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle style dinosaurs, you know?
Oh, no.
But they were army guys. So I'll do some research.
Middle-aged kung fu
'Cause that-
pterodactyls.
That definitely rings a bell.
All right.
So I'll have to look into some. There's so much stuff we forgot in the 80s. Are you kidding?
Yeah, no, that's cocaine is a powerful drug. I kid. I was just making a joke, ladies and gentlemen. We don't advocate for any sort of. Yeah. We are not sponsored by. Moving on.
Oh man.
When do you wanna ready?
Whenever you're ready, Jill. Sorry.
I just keep putting stuff in the. When does this dialogue stop?
She's busy. So
I guess she's
we're
busy,
giving
I
you
guess.
opportunity.
Well, then, here we
And
go.
I was gonna say you got something that we can. There you go. Never mind.
Maybe
like
this is too much dialogue to read. Oh, we did get a $10 super chat from Old Man Bird. Do it.
Thank you.
Do it now, Scotty R37.
I forget what I promised.
Do it. Do it now.
Do it now.
Or is that more the do it? Do it.
Oh, right. From the
From the Starsky and Hutch. The do it. If he's misspelling it, it's got to be Arnold, right? Do it now.
Old Man Bird. I know I made a promise for $10, but I don't remember what I asked. And so for you.
Look, I have one job on this lousy ship.
She's so good.
I'm going to do it. Okay.
So good as that character in that movie. They honestly, every single person in that film just kills the performance. That everybody.
How far up am I rolling to get?
I love that movie.
I know. Is this too much? Should I summarize some of this?
Well,
Start
no,
at
it's going to take a
348.
while. I'm fine.
It won't take as long to read it as you think.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
So
let's
I'm
go.
scrolling up.
Go back to 348 and just try and keep up. It's a mixed riff with B. Look at me for the changes and try to keep
Okay.
up.
Is everyone at the top?
I love it. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm looking.
Let's remove this.
Like I did want to go for a cigarette, but now you're making me work.
Are you ready?
No. Give me a sec.
It
I'm looking
starts
for the
with
doc. I found it.
enthusiasm.
7:48. Whatever. I got it. You're Odala. I'm Gagan, and
Odala,
I want to be his Chakotay.
I have all the power here. I have dominion over everyone's fate.
Let's go.
Enthusiasm and passion are never wrong, Veer. Your only mistake was allowing them to distort your judgment. You may go. Professor Gagan, I will ask you again. Could you be mistaken?
What did you say to him? That you'd take away his honors if he didn't cooperate? That you'd send him to a detention colony?
Could you be mistaken?
Did you threaten his family?
Respond to the question.
No! Why should I? You've already made up your mind. This inquiry isn't about evidence and proof. It's about keeping you in that chair.
Gagan.
It's about maintaining a myth that keeps the ministry in power. You'd do anything to silence me. Well, it won't work. I'll never retract my claims. I'd rather go to prison than help you perpetuate this ignorance.
Your true scales are finally showing.
You're right, Minister. I was mistaken. I thought you might actually care about the truth, even if it called into question some of our deepest beliefs.
We are not immigrants. I will not deny 20 million years of history and doctrine just because one insignificant Soren has a theory. One last time. Could you be mistaken?
It's you who are mistaken, Minister.
No, that's good.
What?
You accuse Gagan of having his objectivity clouded by wishful thinking, but aren't you guilty of the same charge?
I'm not on trial here.
I understand, but in a way your beliefs are. How you think about yourselves, your place in the universe, that is on trial. And this isn't the first time.
What do you mean?
I've had the opportunity over the last few days to learn something about your culture, your great accomplishments. Consider the breakthrough in transwarp, an incredible achievement. And yet, your ancient doctrine predicted terrible disasters if you even attempted. That held your race back for millennia until someone took a chance and challenged that prediction. They succeeded, and your society entered a new chapter of exploration, and your doctrine was changed accordingly. I know from the history of my own planet that change is difficult. New ideas are often greeted with skepticism, even fear. But sometimes those ideas are accepted, and when they are, progress is made. Eyes are opened.
When I open my eyes to this theory, what I see appalls me. I see my race fleeing your wretched planet, a group of pathetic refugees crawling and scratching their way across the galaxy, stumbling into this domain. I see a race with no birthright, no legacy. That is unacceptable.
I see something very different, Minister. An ancient race of saurians, probably the first intelligent life on Earth, surrounded by some of the most terrifying creatures that ever lived. And yet they thrived, developed language and culture and technology. And when the planet was threatened with disaster, they boldly launched themselves into space, crossed what must have seemed like unimaginable distances, facing the unknown every day. But somehow they stayed together, kept going, with the same courage that has served them before, until they reached this quadrant, where they laid the foundation of what has become the great Voth culture. Deny that past, and you deny the struggle and achievements of your ancestors. Deny your origins on Earth, and you deny your true heritage.
Do you retract your claims?
No, I do not. I stand by them. Sorry, I got the line wrong.
Very well. It is my judgment that you will suffer the consequences of your obstinacy. Gagan, you are guilty of heresy against doctrine and will be placed on a detention colony. For as long as you breathe, you will neither teach or engage in research. Your life as a scientist has ended.
As you wish.
Chakotay of the Voyager starship, your captain and her crew will join Professor Gagan.
Why? Why? You have nothing to gain by imprisoning them. Let them go.
You will spend the remainder of your lives on a detention colony. Your ship will be destroyed.
Minister.
You will surrender your vessel immediately and inform your crew that this judgment will be...
Stop this, please.
Are you offering me an alternative?
I have reconsidered, and I retract my claims regarding the distant origin theory. My analysis of the data was obviously flawed. I was mistaken.
You are prepared to refute your work publicly before the Circle of Science?
Yes.
You will then be assigned to another area of research. Surely paleontology has become tiresome to you after so many years. Perhaps metallurgical analysis would be a more rewarding vocation for you.
Perhaps.
I am not unreasonable. You were drawn into this situation through no fault of your own. You are to be returned to your ship, where you will set course away from our territory. It would be in your best interest if I never saw you again.
Boo.
Yeah, boo. That's it. That's the trial. Despite the truth, despite
wait. Don't say don't.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. That was a really Padawannabe. You know, you might have gone a little too tonto from time to time, but that was a pretty good Chakotay.
Yeah. I was
that was good. That was good.
I was trying to
man.
stay away from Dances with Wolves, but
And I don't think I put enough voice acting into Gagan. I didn't think I sounded like a dinosaur.
No, you were fine.
I sounded like Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
That's great. No, it's fine.
I don't think I sounded like a dinosaur either. I just had.
No, you didn't. You were.
We don't know what
you were
dinosaurs
showing way
sound
too
like.
much leg. Yeah, exactly.
Give yourself more credit. We don't know what they sound like. We will never know what a dinosaur actually sounds like or really look like. We're guessing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you did not enjoy that recreation, that radio play, you can go watch the episode. It's even better.
Yeah, it is way better.
But
yeah.
Like they paid people.
I love this. I love this scene. The ending with the, he. It's so sad that he has to hold on to his series for the moment, but maybe not forever. As it still ends on a bit of a hopeful note with this globe, with this Earth. That
I didn't like it, but he's like, my geological science isn't as good
And
Like
here's
he's
the
talking about these other things.
oh
The
right,
globe
his
was
chemistry his
or
chemistry isn't good.
geological chemistry. Yeah, he's like, that's not as good as what I'm now. He's like, I might be able to be all right at it, but it won't be very cool. Yeah, that globe though he gave him was beautiful.
There's the someday eyes open.
Yeah. Oh, the eyes open. Yep.
Shaka when the walls
Shaka
fell.
when the walls fell.
Although that was, if you go back like 2 slides, Jill, that is an unflattering camera angle.
Yeah, just like the transcriber of the dialogue said. He did say that.
Yes. But I do like this. I do very much like this episode. I'm gonna go have that cigarette, and then I'll come back and complete my analysis of this 5-pin bowling ball of a globe.
That's it. I love this episode for the challenging of tightly held beliefs and all of the scientists.
How many?
It stars the scientists. Even Chakotay once says I'm a scientist too.
They're all like, and that's the thing, is that everybody's being a scientist. Everyone's trying to investigate a mystery that is genetic, that goes back, and it's completely ridiculous. And then even just the hypothesis is there. And it's like, what are you saying? That dinosaur Atlantis is dinosaur land, right? I guess that's where they filmed the Flintstones the first time. And
maybe it's possible, or that continent that's buried under New Zealand.
Well,
maybe?
dinosaurs or a dinosaur civilization would predate everything there is no time even close when humans coincided with dinosaurs.
Correct.
What?
We kind of know more about dinosaur well, it could be wrong in future, but we seem to know more about other species evolution than our own. We don't really have gaps in the animals we study, but we don't know about ourselves. Like it kind of is that knowledge wall. Like it goes back so far, and then it's like, well, there's stuff before that. We didn't just pop out the way we were, you know. I mean,
there's a progression. We came. There was, and that's finding our own missing link is part of something here. I don't want to say anything bad about anybody's religion, but there are some that say, "Oh, the devil put dinosaur bones under the earth to trick humans or something."
Well, my thing with religion, my thing with religion,
yeah,
always has been, I can't discount anybody's religion because I don't know. Either. I know that religion gets changed. I know that, but I know history gets everything changes, like our own everything. But why? The thing I run into is when I talk to religion with people, they are more no on my ideas, where I'm like, your ideas could be right. The problem is,
that's true. Yeah.
If your ideas could be right, what if everyone's ideas are right?
I know. It's kind of like telling somebody that you like Picard season 3.
It's like, what if it is all real?
I'll be back in a second.
All of it.
Well, you can like it.
You know.
I'm not stopping you from liking it. You can like it all day long.
See, my point with the big fandoms, the big lores, I'll accept, like even Star Wars. I'll accept all the way up to Episode 7 and Rogue One. Because it still fits with literally like 1,000 points of reference that I have. You know, there's so much in these worlds, like what they did with Willow. Oh, we realize it's so bad, we're going to not even let anybody see it anymore. And Willow's lore isn't even as deep. And they erased that. But these other things, I accept everything. If I can make it fit and it makes sense, I accept it, new or old. It's when it doesn't fit. Then the problem, it's like, well, I have too much history already. If you can show me how it fits, because you still can write stories that happen literally at the same time. You could even have people in the same places when things happen and just not in the main story. And it can be written believably. You'd be like, wow, I didn't even think about this, but I'm buying it. But when it doesn't fit, that's when it takes us all out. It doesn't matter what it is.
That's how I can still enjoy Enterprise, even though they mess with canon a lot. It still feels like it's in the universe, and it still feels correct.
Because you can even take a lot of movie series, like Die Hard. A lot of people only believe. Some people don't even accept the third one as the same character. But then when you get in the fourth and fifth one, John McClane is a different person. It's like he's not going to be this guy, so there become so every well-known series gets changed, and we've seen it. Directors, writers, whatever, things sit on the shelves and get taken up when they should have been done 10 years ago.
And so I don't mind if something changes.
No, yes.
It's just the problem is whenever it changes so radically that it doesn't even resemble itself.
When it doesn't
anymore.
fit, and it doesn't fit. It's like, that's not right. Like,
yeah, because obviously Star Trek changed even when it from the 60s to the 90s, but it still had the core idea of exploring the universe.
I am in no way super knowledgeable about Star Trek.
Optimism.
But I watch new series and I'm like, up to a certain, and then I'm like, that doesn't make sense. That's that does, now they're just doing stuff to do it.
Right. And not well, and we were talking about it earlier, not being overly emotional on the bridge, but New Trek has all this crying and hugging and all this.
Yeah.
Not just that, even the one series some people like, Strange New Worlds, there's lots of terrible ness in it because you have crew members who are disobeying, they're being very obstinate towards the captain. They're undermining his authority left and right. There's no respect. The respect is gone.
Isn't that why you want to work on a ship?
It's not a place I want to work.
That's weird.
Right, that is not a starship I want to work on. I don't want to go where that is.
Yeah, organized military is not where you get disgruntled. Navy,
Exactly.
pick one. Pick an armed forces. It's not where you're like, I don't like the way I'm being treated.
and I don't mind, changes in storyline. Maybe canon isn't followed completely. That's fine, but the basic soul of the show should still be there, and part of it is how people behave on Navy submarine or a ship is how you need to behave on a starship.
That's why you should always have a ship's
that's
counselor.
That's just not even there.
Always have a ship's counselor.
Oh, and you know who did that great? They did it right on the Enterprise. The Star Trek Continues. It's not official, but I wish it were because it's just so perfect. And it does have a ship's counselor, and they do pretty well.
I would think you would need that.
Mm-hmm.
What ship?
Oh,
the good ship.
I was just talking about
Lollipop.
Well, yeah, we were talking about how shows change and whether what the meaning of that is.
What's the line when something, even though it can be new, it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't like it. It's just does it fit? And
and one that fits is Star Trek Continues.
Oh, absolutely. But that was that was made with love and reverence.
Yeah,
that was done with hero worship.
That's the ingredients you need.
Yeah,
well,
but
it's like when they do any fan
before.
film, it's like, are they paying reverence to something, or are they? Because that's the thing now. Fan films are more regarded than big film. They're like, oh, if you like this, then you need to watch all this stuff. And there's plenty of it.
Like one of the
snippets.
best regarded official releases from Star Trek recently has been that unification, the Kirk and Spock through their
Oh, I've heard about
transcendent
that. I
death
didn't watch that either.
thing.
Not
Oh,
yet.
it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I've
It's
heard that.
completely
I've heard it.
emotional. It's completely detached from what Gene Roddenberry wanted to do with Star Trek.
That's the
But it
thing
is a
Sam Witwer
gorgeous-
doubled on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. And it's great when you watch it. It's fantastic, and it fulfills everything you want from the friendship of Kirk and Spock. You want to see that reflection on Kirk's life, but if you intellectualize it too much, it's just like, this is just the soap opera of Star Trek that you've been doing for so long. But everyone went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over it, and they were like, "Oh, this is so fantastic!" And it's like, it is exactly what Discovery does in terms of feels over facts, and it doesn't make any sense. But
Well, there
it
was no
does
dialogue,
evoke.
so there was no way to make it make sense. You just had to use your
No,
imagination.
you can make things make sense visually. You don't necessarily need to have dialogue or exposition to
Dialogue
make something.
helps. It just
It
feels
does.
like a fever dream.
But I'm just saying that was an official Star Trek release. Like that was sanctioned by Roddenberry, Paramount Pictures, all that jazz. Shatner, everybody. They were all like, "Yep, we're on board."
Oh, and there really was an actual Discovery character in it, so it wasn't filth free
Mhm.
either, and references to things.
But
from
everyone still dug it.
JJ. Yeah, because they wanted to see their captain and the first officer again,
Yeah.
and so that overrode some. The fans were just as emotional as the short itself.
But the people who made that short, from what I've seen in terms of the making of, they were passionate with hero worship. In this particular instance, specifically to that short, it was towards Captain Kirk, William Shatner. Everyone was trying to pay homage.
Yeah, I think homage is a much better word than worship. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Well, worship gets to that. Worship is like the next step over being a normal fan, and then you're like that overzealous. Then you start getting, oh, your actions are getting questionable.
Yeah, you recognized me.
You know, so
I
there's
am
a
a
few
gatekeeper.
stages there. There's a few
I
stages.
am a
there.
gatekeeper.
See, I'm
You
there
are,
is
but I jostle your gate.
You do jostle my gate.
My
But
gate's-
like that is something that I absolutely adhere to when it comes to my Star Trek fandom, is if you are overly antagonistic towards Star Trek post 2005, like there's stuff in there that I do enjoy. Like I enjoy parts of the Kelvin trilogy. I enjoy parts of Strange New Worlds. I like Picard season 3. I think that Star Trek Lower Decks is okay. We don't talk about Discovery because I think that everyone is agreed that that is a steaming pile of targ poo. But like that's the thing that a Star Trek fan does, is seek out new.
That's a thing that you, as a Star Trek fan, does.
Well, I think that is
enjoy,
but that's
enjoy
the
new
thorn.
Trek. And that's
the
okay.
thorn.
That's okay for you to like New Trek, but I'm not wrong for disliking it.
Well, no, you're not wrong. You're just from season 3 of The Next Generation, where you want to create, you want to enslave all of the people who don't believe in your doctrine.
I do not. And
You
it was
do!
Voyager. It's Voyager. You said
But
Next
Jill's
Generation.
doctrine is peaceful and love.
That's right. I rule with
You-
love and okay.
But you like, anyway. Thing is that we're all Star Trek fans, and as long as we come at it
Yes.
with the idea of exploring and understanding, I think that and doing your jobs, like that is what I think Gene would have wanted, is explore, be curious, don't be judgmental.
Well, I am curious. I will watch it. I went into I do go into watching these things hoping for something good. I did go into Star Trek Picard season 3 hoping it was going to be good. I didn't think it was good at all. And you did, and it's okay for us to have that differing opinion. I didn't outright dismiss it until I saw it.
Well, we're still
But Scotty,
friends.
Scotty, you touched on
We
it
are.
perfectly. It's when it gets overly antagonistic.
Yeah,
I can
thank
take
you.
anybody's opinion. Don't shove it in my face or yell at me about it. I don't want to hear that because I don't want to hear the aggression. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. If you're taking it to a 10, go away. I don't care what. If you're talking about my favorite thing, still go away.
Like I used to be very overly anti animated series.
Boo.
And you know what happened?
So good.
I watched it.
Duh.
And then everything except for
There you
Bem.
go.
Well, that is the thing.
Ben grows on me over the years.
As soon as they release that Bem action figure, I'm gonna buy it for you, and I'm gonna be like, "Well, there goes $40."
I
hope it comes apart. If it doesn't,
Yeah,
come
that's
apart,
the thing I'm gonna check. That's the thing I'm gonna check because if he doesn't come apart, it doesn't count. But also, I would like to say Bem is green. Jill also likes green people.
It's okay for Scotty to be wrong.
And Scotty touched
And
on
I
it,
accept
another
your
one
apology,
too.
Jill.
You touched on it again though. You actually watched it. Like I've had people try to tell me an opinion or they pull out the, well, you're wrong because of this. And it's like, oh, did you watch it? Well, no, I don't have to. Oh, well, if you haven't watched it, you haven't given it a chance. So you and I actually can't have a conversation about it because you don't know. You're just that overly antagonistic now. Well, I don't have to watch something to know. Yes, you kind of do. I hate to say that, but
Well, but again, that antagonism, that kind of thing, and this is like people have said, Scott, you've had this conversation a billion fucking times. You kept telling people that they should watch stuff that they don't necessarily want to watch, and I'm like, well, but that's
Thing is, I watch about as much filth as you do.
well, and it's if you want me to be involved in that conversation, that's my criteria. If you want to have a conversation about X thing, then you need to have seen X thing.
Well, when was the last time you saw Distant Origins?
Is that the name of something?
An hour before this live stream.
I watched it right before this
Okay.
episode. Yeah, I watched it right before it.
He knew. Well, yeah, he knew he had his home. He could have carried this whole live stream if my internet went down and I disappeared. He would have been able to march on.
That is one thing I won't do. I will not join the live. I won't be like, what are we talking about? I will have watched it, like planning to be part of the stream. If I'm gonna watch this, if I'm gonna be on a panel, I will watch that.
I don't want to be. It was kind of a
So
dick move. I was being a bit of a gatekeeper.
Yeah, well, you know what? I have to address a couple of super chats.
Yes, please.
First, I missed this one. The dead man sent a super sticker. I don't see what it is, but I think it's probably a poop. He always sends a poop, right?
This was
Yes, he sent a poop.
The Do It. He was actually referencing Palpatine from Star Wars, so we need to say, do it now.
No, there was something I said that I was gonna do. I said I was gonna do something, and then I was like, "Oh, I forgot that immediately." Do it, Anakin. Is that it? All right, fine, sure.
Well, that's what he wants now. He figured out what he wanted, so that's what he wants.
Oh, great. That's Babu.
And John Burns says, "What about my comment above the do it comment?" Well, I don't know what.
Do it?
You have to tell me what the comment.
Yeah.
You don't have to
It's
send it in
above
their
the do
super
it.
chat to tell me.
Is this John Burns? John Burns in the
is it this
chat
one?
says, "There we are."
Jill, let's get Harry. Harry is kidnapped, and the government does nothing. Gary Busey funds. a hunting trip of a group of Harry's friends to get him back. Also starring Biff from Back to the Future.
Let's make like a tree and get out of here.
What does Tom F. Wilson have to do with anything, John? I appreciate your support.
Well, I can understand now. He's talking about a movie, and I guess it is from 1986. Let's get
Everybody,
Harry.
it's yeah, like it's First Contact Eve. So if we may have had too many Romulan eggnogs.
I have had nothing. I've had
What the
nothing
hell are
but
you-
good science fiction.
Come on, I've had a couple of Romulan eggnogs.
Science
Sounds
fiction's a
yummy.
hell of a drug.
It is.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm here for. So I finally figured it out. It's a movie where a Colombian revolutionaries kidnap an American engineer, his brother, and friends. Based with official inaction, they hire a mercenary and mount the rescue operation themselves.
Predator 2.
That is what. That is what that's a movie that John Burns is talking about.
Delightful.
And people say in the comments, the reviews are it's over the top, it's not great, but not bad. This movie is weak. The trouble with Let's Get Harry. What? Oh, somebody important. Frank Camper makes a review on IMDb, but he doesn't rate it. He just says, I was Robert Duvall's character coach, our model in Harry. He attended my training camp in Alabama in September 1985 before going down to Veracruz for location filming. And the major problem with the film was the director and the editing. The actual script wasn't bad. One director quit, and the finishing director cut so much from the film that Duvall tried to keep it from being released. Oh wow! Look at all this drama about this. This episode is here.
Are you
Okay. Anyway,
are you
I got
working
distracted.
the displayed chats?
What?
No.
No. I was just expanding on this since he sent a super chat. I decided to care about the movie for a minute.
Do it.
Yes. All we're doing is trying to get back to Earth, and I'm glad you said that because I was thinking after Odala says it'll be advantageous for you if I never see you again, and so Chakotay should have said, the best way to make sure you never see us again. Give us a give us one of your little shuttlecrafts or whatever, and we'll get back to. Oh wait, no, they would need a bigger ship. They would need a Voth starship to get or just the transwarp technology, but actually have it work. But I know in that last episode they said it's not compatible with the Voyager, so they would have to use a Voth ship, and they'd have to abandon Voyager, but they'd get home.
I just really like that the Federation starship Voyager is absolutely at the it submits to the Voth technology. Like it's so powerful.
It got slapped.
We're not even going to try to fight with these guys because they know how to stop us even before we try. They can stop our torpedoes. They can Bluetooth into us being bricked immediately.
It's Rey Mysterio against Andre the Giant.
Hey, Master.
And just based on that analogy, even though I don't know who Rey Mysterio is,
Rey Mysterio is like
smaller.
Yes, he's like 5'5". So he's not very heavy either. Like he could jump off the top rope, and Andre the Giant would be able to catch him in the air. I mean, it's like a joke. It's like, oh, that's so cute. It's like the teenage brother torturing his 8-year-old brother. It's like, oh, let me see what you got. Oh, that's so cute. Let me hold your head while you swing at me.
Oh, wait. The dead man says, is the eggnog made from nog? I don't know the reproductive sources of Ferengi, so I don't know if nog makes eggs.
Gross.
Of course it's
as far
gross.
as I
It's
know.
Ferengi.
As far as I know, Ferengi
I'm a racist.
don't lay eggs. I think you're thinking of the Mocklin from the Orville because they lay eggs. So you can make eggnog from a Mocklin.
Yeah, but I don't know how. Like, I don't know how. What if? Like, I don't know the reproductive process of the Ferengi, and if they did,
I mean,
It involves umox.
I don't think.
What if Lita
I need
is a lesbian and Nog and her scissor? Not Nog,
so.
Rom and
yeah,
her
Rom.
scissor.
Yeah, because otherwise,
I've been
if it's
watching
Nog,
too much
there's
X Hamster.
some drama going on.
Yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate the subtle chortle.
I was like, God, how old is
Oh, what are we doing?
So old.
Is he doing this again? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's like you referencing.
So we've reached that part of this live stream.
That's
Hello,
like you
it's
referencing
Friday.
MySpace.
Yeah,
X-Hamster.
X-Hamster. It's
anyway.
the GoBot of where you go.
Where am I? I'm looking for
No,
something.
Jill, if you're curious, you should Google X-Hamster. It'll be great.
I'm trying not to.
You don't need
You
to.
shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
You really don't.
Alexa. No, I can't say that.
I don't have an Alexa, so
No, I know, but many people did, and for a little while, it was like a
I've never
very
even
contentious
used that
thing.
stuff.
You can't start saying Alexa.
Yeah. Anyway, I would change it to say computer, and then every time Star Trek came on, Alexa would be very confused.
Yes.
But I love this episode. It kind of reminds me. Well, going back to what this live stream is about, so that we could wrap up here pretty soon, because one of my favorite people is about to go on live on the internet. Doomcock is going to be on soon. It is Friday, so everybody get ready for the Friday Night Frolics if that's something that you enjoy. If you like the singing and the stories, and if you don't, you can go watch Distant Origin.
You can fuck off.
No, I said you could go watch Star Trek.
No, I was talking to myself.
Oh, you don't
That's
have to
totally
fuck off.
like the Talladega Nights reference. If you
But-
don't like Big Red, then fuck you.
You take care, San Francisco.
I was gonna say what episode this reminds me of. I avoided mentioning it this whole time, but it reminds me of one of a really great TNG episode. Oh, next First Contact Day next year, we're gonna cover the Star Trek: The Next Generation episode, First Contact. Even though it's not that First Contact.
Today is First Contact Eve.
Yes.
And tomorrow is actually First Contact Day.
Correct.
So First Contact Day is the Vulcan one, right?
Yes, that's
It's
when the
not
Vulcans.
some other thing that I'm not familiar with. I'm
The
making
Vulcans.
sure that it's
Well, what happens is that Zephram Cochrane figures out warp drive, and he goes off on it. He tests his warp drive, and the Vulcans pick up on it, and they decide because we're now warp faring species that they can say hi.
Generations. No, First Contact. But from what I understand, people aren't really. Did it not match up enough with some First Contact lore?
Well, oh yeah, the Zephram Cochrane from the original series is quite different.
Oh,
not just in looks, but also personality, and so they do seem to be completely different characters. But it's interesting.
But he was in the original series.
I still like
this
it.
again.
He's in the original series, correct?
Yes,
he
right.
is.
So
in the episode Metamorphosis.
I would think he'd be very different. People, that many years can change a person.
Well, the thing is, he changes in the future into a very cute man. Like he's like this guy, and then he grows up to be cute. I guess the companion gives him a makeover.
Oh.
No, he was an old man when he was found drifting through space, and then the companion found him, brought him back to the planet, which had been transformed by the companion to make it hospitable for Zephram Cochrane, and he was restored to a previous part of his life and possibly maybe changed physically. But the thing is, yeah, so like I don't understand. Everyone says that there's this dichotomy or this difference between what happened between the original metamorphosis with this magical cloud. And I would like to say it was a magic cloud.
But it's so
was a
romantic.
would you agree with me while I continue? Is it a magic cloud?
It is a cloud. It's a cloud made
magic?
of something. Let me see. I have to pull
still
up the
violates the prime directive.
It doesn't violate anything. My stars. I love Star Trek fans, and part of the reason that I enjoy them so much is that there is debate.
That you can have a debate. It's like when people start making the Jeffries tunnel schematics. When they're
tunnels?
like, no,
Jeffries tunnels? I will
Jeffries tubes?
Jeffries
tubes. Jeffries tubes?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I'll
but it's like,
because
I was thinking maintenance tunnels, but I know they were called Jeffries.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
so the companion is composed of ionized hydrogen and electricity. So energy. It appears as a gaseous cloud of yellow, orange, and red.
So what about Alpha Centauri? Like Alpha Centauri was a colony where Zephram Cochrane, because it's like you're Zephram Cochrane of Alpha Centauri. The entire reason that they refer to him as that is that he basically was like the governor or the person who was looking towards the stars. He was of Alpha Centauri because he was one of the first people to get to Alpha Centauri, or at least he was one of the people who got humanity to Alpha Centauri. And like it all jives if you do a little, Tetris with it.
It's marble, about 20 meters tall, and you're looking up at the sky, and your hands sort of reaching toward the future.
I gotta take a leak.
I already did that. I love it.
Leak.
I mean
There's
the clip, not the
detect.
taking the leak.
We haven't detected any leaks.
Oh, I get it. That's funny.
Oh.
His visor would
people
instantly
don't
detect
pee
the
in the
leak.
24th century?
But that's what Data says is what Padawan.
His eyes or whatever. He doesn't have the visor in that movie.
Yeah, he doesn't have the visor because he wants to be expressive this time.
No, he wants to see.
He could see with the visor.
No, he could not.
Jordy can. I don't care about LeVar Burton.
I care about LeVar Burton very, very
I
much.
know, I do too, but I'm just joking.
How dare you
It's a
say
joke.
such a thing about take a look. It's in a
No.
book.
I know. I grew up on Reading Rainbow. I like LeVar Burton of the 1990s.
Can we all do it? Okay, 1.
I don't know it that well.
Well, no, we're only going to do...
I can...
No, see, I
I
don't.
can't sing. I can't.
I knew as much as you.
Okay,
just
so
said.
come on,
just-
everybody. 1, 2, 3. Take a look. It's in a
In
book.
a book.
A
reading
Are we gonna get
rainbow.
claimed?
I can
See, I don't know that.
do. All right, fine.
I'm sorry.
Anything.
Honestly, I knew of Reading Rainbow. Didn't really watch it. I remember.
Oh goodness, not this one.
Sesame Street, of course. But I watched Electric Company and 3-2-1 Contact. Those were my other.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain.
Started
Were we
singing
having
and my
fun?
husband looked at me ugly. He cares about my audience. I should not be singing.
He cares about your audience. Oh, that's crazy.
No, I'm just making that
Jill
up.
can sing. That's just her shtick.
No, I've heard it. It's not.
Is it like Elaine dancing on Seinfeld?
Yes.
No, not that bad. Not that bad. No, she's better than she says, but not as good as we think.
So I don't know. Okay, so let's try to end this because I gotta go.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Exploring the universe. I love this. I love Distant Origin because we get to explore the universe in a new ship with new species, different perspectives, and their own problems that they have to deal with. And you know, it's not just Earthlings that have this thirst for scientific exploration. It's just a joy seeing them carry out all their experiments, and everything. It's a beautiful episode, and I'm so grateful that so many of you have decided to spend the time to talk to me about it or about anything else that you guys wanted to talk to on Friday. We talked about a whole lot of things, like what Star Trek original series character would Samuel Jackson be. That was a fun time.
N-word, please.
Captain, please.
Andrew Robinson did the best row your boat in Dirty Harry. Oh, oh, that's a great connect. Look at that. This chat is incredible. Thanks to Scotty R37 and Padawannabe for taking us through this journey.
Thank
and
you.
The dinosaur expert Padawannabe.
Cybot expert Scotty R37.
Could you tell us what you're up to around on the internet?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Today's Friday. So the next thing I'll be on is, well, I might make an appearance on Outlaw Bill's karaoke. But I go on there quite frequently, so I'll promote that. He does karaoke on Saturday nights. Usually fluctuates between 6:30, 7. But for sure, I will be on Appion's channel on Sunday with Appion and Carter Burton. Pop Culture Republic. We'll be watching Farscape. We're pretty deep in that. I think we're getting into season. I think we did season 3 last week or the week before. So we're a few episodes. We're well past the halfway point. So. And I'm enjoying Farscape. It's one of those shows that I originally kind of thought was a Star Trek. Oh, this is just another sci-fi wannabe, like Star Trek knockoff. I thought that of Farscape, and I thought that of Babylon 5. But over the years, everybody had nothing but good things to say about those series. So I'm glad I'm getting a chance to watch it, especially with Jim Henson kind of going down. The work's so good. It's like the Yoda thing. You forget that he has 2 reoccurring characters that are main characters that are fully prosthetic. Like, they're not costumes. They're fully, mechanical and whatever. And you forget they're not people. They're so well articulated. And like something we brought up in this episode, the prosthetics allowed some eye emotes. I mean, it's fantastic technology that they have in these. They're so well done. And the dubbing, all the speech fits in. And it's like, wow, you really buy it on these characters. They just did that show really well. So if anybody hasn't seen it, come join us. We'll be doing that at 6 o'clock. What are we? Pacific time? Specific time? Over here. So 6 o'clock on Sunday. That's for sure. We do that every Sunday on Appion.
Farscape's cool.
On Appion with a 0. You need to search.
I'm more of a Lex guy myself. Jesus.
That's just because you don't like the fact that you always have to get a cup to do that performance.
I'm not sure what he uses. I need to get some more things. I have a makeshift cowbell that I bring out occasionally for karaoke songs.
Oh, neat. Okay, so
I'm
you do
working
use
on
some
a
real
real
props.
cowbell. Well, I try to make it fun. There's a couple songs I'm like, the cowbell would really work on this one. So I go ahead and bring the cowbell out. Gotta have more cowbell.
Well, thank you so much. Padawan, you're so fun. I'm so glad you're here
fun.
today.
Thank you. I'm so glad I managed to have enough, literally just enough time to squeeze this in.
Yeah, it's ending just in time for you. I'm glad.
My
Glad to hear it.
only thing with this was I wasn't sure if you did, because I know you do so many series. I was like, God, I hope they don't. Are they doing Voyager in order? Because I was like, I don't know
No.
anything about the episodes before this.
No,
Okay.
my Friday show is completely random. You never know what I'm gonna do. So I might do another Voyager episode before the year's over, but I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I said, I just saw an episode I really like with the astronaut. I might do
But
that.
yeah, these are all the Star Trek shows are like, oh, I would watch an episode to talk about. Because most people talk about the better episodes, and this one in particular kind of hit home for me on so many different things than what y'all were mentioning in the beginning, like why they make this. Oh, we want dinosaurs with AK-47s, and it's like, oh, I didn't know any of that stuff. I just liked it from my personal history, of the being a dinosaur fanatic and knowing of that article that we talked about. If you want to hear about the article, it was talked about in the beginning of the stream. So please jump on the rewatch or download.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was what's great about you joining was your unique perspective on this, and I
This one
appreciated
in
that.
particular, yeah, I was like, oh, a dinosaur one. And plus you didn't have, if you had had more people, I wouldn't have joined. Unless somebody was, because it's like, oh, well, I don't want to duplicate somebody's take.
But I don't think that
This
would
was super
happen.
fun,
You
though.
have a pretty unique care for dinosaurs, and I'm so glad you were here.
It was fun. Yeah, this one, I just like that they got it right. We've gotten so much wrong.
Well, and as a guest on Jill's channel, I appreciate you being here. Like, it was fun to hang out and jive. It's great.
Me and Scotty
So-
can get along. We're cool.
Yeah,
We're all
I
right.
found that
I can
out.
handle Scotty. I was
can.
raised in California. I can handle the sarcasm.
Yeah, you're an expert Scotty handler, and I'll have you back anytime you like.
Why does everybody have to handle me?
We don't
you like it.
have to. It's the
You
fact that people
enjoy it.
decide to. It's the same perspective. I think I mentioned this before. I'm like, wow, interesting that Jill a more kind of quiet, calm, more personality, and then Scotty, and she can handle. She does it with Scotty. See, there's that dichotomy that plays in. It's not the radio world anymore, but you know what I mean? Like, just because
I'm a
you
little
don't-
bit bass and
you know.
she's a little bit treble.
But you maybe not would have been people that would have, if you happen upon a Star Trek convention and you hear each other talking, you may not have gravitated toward each other.
Well, but the thing is that we have the thing that we have in common, and I think this is across all of us, whether it be yourself, Padawannabe, Jill, myself, the entire chat, is that we're here to celebrate First Contact Day. And the thing is that we all love Star Trek.
I love all the stuff. I love
all the stuff.
The camaraderie and the fact that this is something that we were, maybe not everybody, but a lot of us in this nerd nation can relate on like we used to be not celebrated for it.
What's your
A lot of
favorite
it,
Star Trek movie? What's your favorite Star Trek movie?
Oh, gosh.
Just say the first thing that comes to your mind. Don't equivocate it.
Well, then I have to say Generations because you.
Oh shit!
both.
We're friends. You just
you
made
get-
it happen.
Because you get both.
You know what? If you had said
old
Generations
and
or
good
Star Trek
and-
5, I would have been like, "Let's get married." And you said
Star Trek 5,
Generations. So
since you guys are Star Trek people, and to solve the big
Yeah.
controversy, what's God need with the starship? Where's he gonna keep his bitches?
exactly. Have you ever heard of Zeus? Why did you think it was a Christian god?
Can't just teleport all these people.
Guys
around all
talking
the
about
time?
chariots. He's got a curled
What does
beard.
God need with a starship?
Anyway,
But this is fun. I
no,
like
this
you
is
both.
really fun. This is good times.
I like you guys. Yeah.
All right, simple. Damn.
Okay, but we do have to go. So, Scotty,
We gotta go.
could
We
you
gotta go.
please
We're
tell
out.
me about what you're doing? What's up? What's coming up next for you?
Well, I'm gonna be playing Fallout tomorrow night on
Oh yeah, I
this here
forgot.
channel. So don't forget to like and subscribe, share, tell your friends. Let Tony know. He might make a commercial out of it. And then next week, I'm going to be on Hump Day Happy Hour on Cinema Gulp, which is always a good time. Where I don't know what we're talking about, but it's a great group of people who enjoy film. And then next Thursday on the Phantasmagorium, we're going to be talking about, oh man, Padawannabe, can you help me with this one? Do you know what the name of the fourth Mission Impossible movie is? Is that Rogue Nation or is that? Oh, I feel like I'm getting it wrong. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Mission Impossible 4.
All right, that's great. And I guess how many more are there?
Couldn't tell you. I'm watching them all for the first time.
Okay. Tiger Stripes comes in at the last minute to say her favorite Star Trek movie is Wrath of Khan.
No, it's
Mine
also
is
her
Star Trek
favorite
4.
of the 7 deadly sins, and I couldn't agree more.
Okay.
Mine's oh, not Pride. Vanity. Vanity is my favorite one.
Mm-hmm. But also a bit of Gluttony.
Oh, that's true. I do enjoy Gluttony.
Okay, so then for me, like you said, tomorrow, Saturday, we're going to play some Fallout. And that's going to be fun. Hopefully I can get that water chip. If not, we'll still have fun and you'll get frustrated. And
well, you have a hammer.
I have a hammer. And yeah, and so hopefully that hammer helps me win. I'm only 26 subscribers away from lucky 1300, so if you enjoy my stuff and you're not subscribed or for some reason, consider it, please. And oh wait, did somebody else show up? Wes Cagle also at the last minute. My favorite is Nemesis. Wes Cagle
What's
says.
in the box?
Oh wow.
That's my favorite deadly sin, Nemesis.
And
Nemesis,
on Tuesday, I continue my Twilight Zone reviews. Next Friday is going to be great. Next Friday, we're going to cover Franco Walker's movie pick of the week. On Friday, we're going to talk about The Little Shop of Horrors.
Shop of
Horrors. That's one of my favorite movies all time.
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be fun. And
I've watched
and he
so many times.
And he got that because he's a top commenter on my channel. You send me a lot of comments. I might give you a chance to choose a movie. So
and
after
I would
the stream, comment
like
down below.
But Jill, I would like to say to Eugene Bird, again, one of your top commenters, Xanadu.
Yes, he chose some movies too. Well, he would have got those movies for free because he's a top commenter, but he decided he's going to pay for them, which I won't stop him. Thank you, Eugene Bird. But yes, Xanadu. We'll probably do that at the end of the month if nothing else comes up. Xanadu.
I don't think
that is different.
Also, because I am one of the least contributing members of the channel, we're going to be talking about Pretty Maids all in a row.
I'm not going to do that on my channel. I told you I will do that with you.
Damn it! I thought I could sneak it in.
I will review that with you on the Phantasmagorium. I'll do it, not here. I don't want it on my channel.
Is this a possible 0?
No, it's not a 0. It's more like it's a 2.
Okay, I watched my 0. I have my 0 criteria now.
But I want to thank everybody.
Yes. I just want to say, Old Man Bird, my dad has sat beside my mother in Las Vegas saying, I love that woman more than I love you. He said that to my mother, and she was like, it was adorable. So yes, no, anything with Olivia Newton-John, I do believe, rest her soul, I do believe that Olivia Newton-John is my spiritual mom.
Okay. And I want to thank everyone in the chat who has
Neat story,
contributed to
Scott.
the conversation today. Well, I'm running out of time. I only have 4 minutes.
I know. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
I mean, I could go look and see what's the link.
Who's your spiritual mom?
It's a person I know personally, so I don't want to say her name.
Yeah, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that. But I was thinking
you
like
know
celebrity mom.
Oh, celebrity. Okay. Celebrity mom.
Is it Selena?
Selena? It would be more like my sister.
You're okay.
Or
that
my
makes sense.
auntie.
I've extended this a little too far.
I don't know. I don't know who's my spiritual mom. Who plays the mom in Lost in Space?
Mrs. Robinson?
Mimi Rogers?
That's in the new
Whoever
one.
she is. No, I just want to thank everybody who was here. Thank you to the Dead Man. Oh, yeah, right. Thank you for the super sticker, Dead Man. That was great. Let's see what's
Beverly
going on there.
Kreisner.
Thank you, John Burns, for all the super chats. That was
Everything.
so awesome.
So much support.
So much support also from Old Man Bird. He also sent in several super chats. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone who decided to take time out of their day to, chat about Star Trek. Thank you to Canadian Spider-Man, Wes Cagle, John Burns. Let's see what this is better when I click on people's names.
I love it when you
Sentai Ranger Donnie, Tiger Stripes, and she showed up here at the end. Yeah.
What if she wasn't commenting on the conversation and she was just expressing that she was engaged in rap?
Well, yeah, you made that joke already, but yeah, maybe. If she were, though, I think we would know.
People pop in, they pop out. Sometimes you need to recap jokes.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is I'm repeating myself. I'm repeating myself.
Cam's here. Hey, I hope your everything's going well for you. And Jedi Master 2022 wanted us to know he's watching. He was dealing with some computer issues and things. I didn't read everything, but I did read everything. I read everything even though I don't read everything, if that makes any sense.
I didn't even know you could read.
Kronos. Oh, no, I was so delighted you were here. He said, oh, Padawannabe, you can do this one.
Oh, in the voice. Ski guys, I'm going home.
Why are you so good at that?
That was a long time ago. That was one of the voices I used to do. Long time ago.
Nice.
That sounds like a terrible O face.
Oh.
You like that? Me. I want you to feel the orgasm.
Hey man,
oh my God.
She's on a timer here.
With Miss Sparkles. Oh no, I'm too late. Okay, I ran out of time. I can't read any more names. I gotta go now. I'll see you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
I hope that everybody is good enough.
See you next
time. Everybody has to be good enough, but I do appreciate each and every one of you.
I hope everybody got no
individual. Well, okay, that is. Yeah, why not wish that for everybody?
Happy First Contact Day. Jolon True. Live long and prosper.
Yes, I'll play some First Contact clips and then my closing clips, and we'll see you next time. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Tough little ship. Little. Assimilate this. Resistance is futile.
Can't tell me
It's my
anymore.
first ray gun. Was that good for you?
Ooh, she got a bunch.
Reports of my assimilation are greatly exaggerated. You all look at me as if I'm some kind of saint or visionary or something.
I don't think you're a saint, Doc. But you did have a vision. Someone once said, don't try to be a great man, just be a man.
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
You broke your little ships.
Let's rock and roll.
6.
Resistance is futile. Live long and prosper.
Bye.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Game over, man. It's game over.
I didn't mean to play that one, but as Doomcock is going to be on, I'm not going to tell you to go do something. Go watch Doomcock. Enjoy Friday Night Frolics or enjoy your Friday as you see fit. And I am saying goodbye again. See you around the internet.
It's what you said there is exactly that one word is what's missing in my opinion. This is my opinion. Love. I think that's what's missing in Star Trek now. It just seems like a hollow shell with a wind-up key on the back. You know, we can just keep an outlook and hope things change for the next generations. You know, I'm old, so I know I'm not around, and I know I have the classics to enjoy. I look at the original, right? I look at the original series cast. The way I look at it is like a family to me. They're a family. I was a kid. I used to go hang out at their house every night at 6 o'clock, and they all treated me like one of them. But sadly to say, they've all passed away. Their house is still there. I can walk by and see the house, and there it is. But I know there's different people living inside, and I can understand that. So I hope eventually Star Trek will be in the hands of somebody who cares about it, who does have hope for the future, who does want to write straight to the hearts and the minds of the fans out there, and not to the bottom dollar, pretty much.